Hi everyone, welcome to Power BI course. My name is Sachin Mishra and I am going to be the instructor for this entire course. In this course, I am going to teach you the ecosystem of Power BI and how Power BI is helpful inside the business analytics or data analytics industry. We are also going to look at how we can create the dashboard with the help of Power BI, which is its main useful advantage. So let's get started. This is the very first lecture. So first let's understand the ecosystem of Power BI. Now if you pay attention over here, we have in the ecosystem three things. One is Power BI desktop, another is Power BI service which is available on the cloud infrastructure, and third one is Power BI mobile, which is a mobile application. Now, Power BI Desktop is the primary tool with the help of which we prepare our data, we do data modeling, we do DAX analysis, and then we create the visuals. So that is the main purpose of the Power BI Desktop application. Don't worry if you are not able to understand the meaning of modeling, DAX, visuals. I'm going to cover each and everything in a great detail, but this is a main tool, you can say, with the help of which you can create your analysis, you can prepare your data, and then finally you can create the your dashboard, final dashboard. Okay, so that is the Power BI desktop. Then comes Power BI service. Now this is used for sharing, scheduling, refresh, and collaboration. So let's say once you are in any organization, you have created the entire dashboard in Power BI and you want to publish it somewhere, so that when new data will come, your data will be reflected. So for that you will use their Power BI service, which is available on the cloud. This is a paid service in the whole Power BI ecosystem. Then we have something called as Power BI mobile application. So Power BI gives you this advantage, like whenever you create a dashboard, the same dashboard you can use it in mobile as well. So if you create a dashboard for a desktop view, the same view you can without doing any extra effort, you can see it in the mobile view as well. So that is this is Power BI mobile service. Okay, so this is the whole ecosystem of Power BI. We are going to cover this Power BI desktop in a very great detail. Then we are also see how we are going to publish it on the Power BI cloud, and then we are also going to download the mobile app, and then we will see how we can see our dashboard inside the Power BI mobile application. So don't worry, we will cover each and everything. This is just a first video, so I'm giving you overview. Now this is what we have, end-to-end data journey. So whenever you are going to work inside the Power BI, you are going to do this thing. Okay, this is your end-to-end data journey. By the way, this is only with respect to the project which you are going to work. There are multiple other things like stakeholder meetings and multiple discussions, but I'm not including that. I'm just including with respect to Power BI what you are going to do whenever you are going to work on any project. So first of all, you are going to find out your data source, and then you are going to hook or connect your Power BI with that data source. That is the first thing you will do in your Power BI journey. Then if required, you are going to do the ETL process, and this is done with the help of Power Query tool. Now Power Query tool is not a different tool, it is available inside the Power BI only. So you will do that with the help of Power Query. Now what is ETL process? It is called as extract, transform, and load. This is just jargon, guys. You can in simple words you can say, if you want to do any data cleaning, so that is comes under the ETL. So that you do with the help of Power Query. Then we have something called as model, or you can also say modeling. Now let's say if you have connected to multiple data sources and you have multiple tables. Okay, in that case data modeling comes into the picture. So in the data modeling, you establish the relationship between multiple table. Okay, maybe the relationship can be one to one, one to many. So that is you are going to do inside the data model or modeling. Then and if you are not able to understand what is one to one, one to many relationship, don't worry, each and every step I'm going to cover in a step by step lectures. Then you are going to do dex analysis. So dex is nothing but it's a language of Power BI. If you have learned about Python, or if you have learned about Tableau, so in Tableau we write calculated fields, right? We write LODs, level of details. Similarly here we write dex queries, okay, inside the Power BI. And once you have all these things, you are going to create your visuals. So let's say you have cleaned the data, you have prepared the model, you have created the dex formulas or dex queries. Now you are going to create your visuals, and with the help of visuals you are going to create a dashboard. So there is one more term should come, dashboard, but actually that also comes under the visual, so that's why I have combined it. But you take small visuals and then you combine it to create the whole dashboard. And then finally you are going to publish it. Remember, publishing we are going to do with the help of Power BI service, right? So you are going to publish it, and then finally you are going to share that report, maybe with your manager, or maybe open world, wherever you want to share it. So that is your end-to-end data journey you will have inside your Power BI tool. Now we have three main views inside the Power BI. Now I'm not going to waste much time over here. Let's first see how the installation process of Power BI is, and then I'm going to show you all the three views, okay? So in order to install Power BI, what you have to do, see, if you are using a Mac machine or a Linux machine, over there Power BI installation is not possible, because that is the product of you can say Microsoft. So if you have the Windows machine available, you can directly go to your Windows search and you go to your Microsoft store, okay, and make sure you have signed in, or even if you don't log in or sign in, you go here and then search Power BI desktop, and then you just click on install, okay? Right now my network is not available, so that's why I'm not able to see it, but I have already done the installation. So let me show you. See, this is how it looks like, okay? This is how it looks like once you install it properly, Power BI desktop, okay? So this is what you have to do it. Now if you ask me, I am using the Mac machine, and within that how I am able to show you. So I am using a parallel desktop. So with the help of that I am able to run the, you can say, Windows machine inside my Mac. But if you have the Mac, this is you can say kind of a hack you have to do, but by default Power BI comes only with the Windows machine. So that is the first restriction you have. All right, now once you install the Power BI, you can open it. So I'm going to click on this, and this will launch the Power BI. So see, this is how it looks like. Let's wait for it, and voila, we are able to launch our Power BI. Now if you launch it fresh, you will see this kind of screen, okay? By default I have made it for dark mode. You might see for this screen as a white screen, because if you don't choose the dark mode, it will show you in a light mode, okay? I like the dark mode, that's why I have set it up in this way, okay? Now what you can see over here, you have multiple options. You have blank report, open lake, catalog, Excel workbook, SQL server. So you can load your data wherever your data resides. You can load the data inside Power BI from multiple sources. What I'm going to do, I'm going to click on the blank report, and as soon as I did this, can you see, this is the home screen, or you can say the internal screen of my Power BI. Let me go for the full screen. I can say full screen, yeah. So I have selected a new blank report, and this is how it looks like. All right, now if you see in the home here, in the main page, you can see we have the data. You can import it from the Excel. If you have the Excel file, you can read it. If you have a data on a SQL server, you can also import it from there, and multiple other things, options are available. Now let's explore this thing. The first tab you see for this is for the get data. Let me click on this, and I will click on more, okay? And now you see how many options we have. See, you can connect your Power BI if you have the data in Excel, CSV, XML, JSON, even in any folder or PDF. There is something called as Parquet file. You can connect with that. If you have a data on your SharePoint folder, you can connect with this. Then you can connect to SQL Server. You can access database. If you have Oracle database, IBM database, and so many options are there. You just name it, each and every. If you have the data on Azure, just name it, Azure Cosmos, everything, everywhere. See, all the connections are available, right? If you have the data in the Google Analytics, from there also, if you have some you want to load some data from the web page, that is also available. You just name it, Spark, R script. Even if you can load the data with the help of your Python script as well. Okay, so that's not a problem. I'm going to show you each and every option. This not everything, but at least I'm trying to cover some 5 to 10 options. See, if you have the account on the Databricks, which is for big data analytics, you can load the data from there as well. See, multiple options we have, right? Now for the time being, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you one CSV file. I have one CSV file, so I'm going to connect that CSV file, and then I'm going to show you how those different tabs work. So let me click on this text/CSV file. I will say connect. Now it is asking me for my file, so I'm going to give you this particular CSV file inside the description. You can check it. I'm going to select this and say open. And now it is trying to connect my Power BI with that CSV file. So within a second, okay, now see, this is my CSV file. I have order ID, order date, country, segment, category, subcategory, sales, quantity, and profit. And it has almost, you can say, 50 records. Okay. And now it is saying 3 options: load, transform data, and cancel. Now I'm going to simply load this data. We will, in the further lectures, we will see what is transform data and cancel. So cancel, I mean simply cancel, but we will see transform data in the future. Let me click on load, and this is going to load the entire data inside the Power BI. Okay, so just wait. See, it is started loading everything. We have 50 records in this data set. So this is a small data set we have. See, it says all 50 rows loaded. Okay, and voila, it is loaded. Now if you want to confirm where it is, so in the right hand side you see there is a data pane. Okay, if it is hidden, you can click on this and the data pane will be shown to you. Here it has created a sample sales 50 rows. This is a table which Power BI automatically created. So Power BI always works in a tabular format. Okay, remember this. Now when you click on this arrow, small arrow, it will expand it, and you see all the columns which I have in my CSV file. It is showing over here. So we have category, we have country, order date, order ID, profit, quantity, sales, segment, subcategory. So all these fields Power BI is able to read it properly. Now another thing Power BI did, see, this is order date, and when you see over here, before order date, Power BI has understood, okay, this is a date column, so it has applied a calendar type of icon. So not only Power BI able to read the data, but also it is able to identify which type of column it is. If it is a order, it has put in this. If you pay attention to this profit, quantity, and sales, these are numeric columns, and Power BI by default provide a summation on numeric columns. If you see segment, subcategory, country, and category, these are string columns. So that's why Power BI is not doing anything over there. Okay, so these are, you can say, categories, or you can say string columns. All right. So this is our data pane. Now remember, I was talking about the 3 views. We have report view, we have data view, and we have model view. Okay, so this is called as report view. You see, this is the report view where we create our whole, visuals, or you can say report, or you can say also dashboard. So this is the report view we have. Next we have something called as table view. Let me click on this, and you see now all the data which we have read, see, this is available over here inside a table format. And if you expand this thing, same data is present over here. So this is what we call it as a table view. If you read multiple columns, multiple tables will be shown over here, see, over here, okay. And when you click on that table, corresponding data will be shown to table view. Then so this is very kind of similar to your Excel only, nothing more than that. Then we have something called as model view. Let me click on this, and you see in the model view we have this data in this format, okay. See, all with all the columns. Now what is the benefit, or why we have this model view? So let's say if you have multiple tables and you want to combine those tables, join those tables, in that case this model view comes into the picture, okay. So where you can build a relationship as we have talked earlier, right? So relationship you can build, and that is why we need this model view. Then we have DEX query view. When you click on this, I will not take a tour, so close this. So here you can write your DEX query and you can run it directly, okay. So that is, we have DEX query. Now if you don't worry about DEX query, don't worry, I'm going to cover it, but we have this view. And then we have TMDL view, where this again you can this is not very useful, but these 4 panes are useful. I have never used this TMDL view, but we are going to explore this 4 view. Out of these 4 views also, these 3 views are very important. DEX query, you can run it over here. Also, if you are in a let's say table view, here also you can click on this new measure, and that same DEX query you can run it from here also. So not a problem, right? But these 3 views are important: model view, table view, and report view. Okay, so same information I have written over here. In the report view we create our visuals. In data view we see our data into tabular format. In the model view we see the relationship, we create the fact and dimension tables, and we do the cardinality, that is one-to-one mapping or one-to-many mapping, right? Alright, so let's do one thing. I have already loaded one data, so let's create a sample visual inside the report view. Now in order to create a simple visualization, you see we have the visualization available over here. Now inside the you can say Power BI, we have multiple type of charts which you can create, and you see there are tremendous amount of option is given. When you hover your mouse, you can read about it. This is called as stack bar chart, this is called as stack column chart, this is called as clustered bar chart, this is clustered column chart, right? And so on and so on. You have donut chart, you have pie chart, you have funnel chart, right? You have this waterfall chart, you have ribbon chart. This ribbon chart is also called as Shanky chart in Tableau world, okay? We have tree map, we have map on geographical map, right? This is field map. We have Azure maps as well, right? We have God chart. So there are tremendous amount of options available. We are going to cover each and every element one by one in upcoming lectures, okay? For now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you one example how you can create the charts. So for that, what I'm going to do, I will click on this data so that I can see my columns. Now let's say I want to see, maybe let's say I want to see segment wise sale. So first of all, let me go to the table view, and you see we have segment called as consumer, corporate, home office. So 3 type of segment. Now I want to see consumer wise how many total sales are there, okay? So consumer wise, one record is here, then we have another consumer which is sales is this, another consumer sales is this. So I want to see consumer wise how many total sales, corporate wise how many total sales, home office wise how many total sales, right? So I want to see inside a visual so that I can get a inference, okay? So what I'm going to do, and let's say this I want to see in a bar graph. You can choose any visual, okay? So let's say I will take this or maybe this one, or let's take this one only. I will click on this. All right, now as soon as I click on this, you see I can see x-axis, y-axis. If you click over here and say remove, see this is gone, right? This is gone. When you click on this, see x-axis, y-axis are coming. All right, now I can drag and drop it in the middle. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this segment and I'm going to put it inside the x-axis. And as soon as I did this, see segment, it is showing nothing, just it is writing segment. Now if you drag and drop this segment inside the y-axis, you see it is saying count of segment. So x-axis if you put, it is going to treat it as a string or category, but same thing if you are going to put it inside the y-axis, it is going to treat it as a a numeric count. I don't want a count, so I will put it inside the x-axis only once again. Now we have sales, and by default Power BI has provided this aggregation called as summation, because it's a numeric column, and Power BI by defaults apply this. Same goes with Tableau. If you are working with Tableau or have worked with Tableau also does this by default. Okay, if you want to remove it, you can do it, but right now I don't want to remove it. Let's keep it. So what I will do, I will say sales into the x-axis, y-axis. And as soon as I do this, let me expand this little bit. You see I have home, office, consumer and corporate with the values. When you hover your mouse, you see for the home office you have sum of sales 21,169.55. So 21,169. For consumer I can see 17,800. For corporate I can see 15,646. Now this is how you create a simple visual, right? Let me do one more thing. What I can do now, I can show you how you can format this chart also a little bit. So this option is there, format your visual. When you click on this, you see you can format with respect to x-axis, y-axis, grid line, zoom slider, columns, data labels, plot area. Let's explore this data labels little bit. You see this is off. When you turn it on, automatically see these data labels are showing over here, right? Now this is very easy to inference. For home office I have total sum of sales as 21.2k, right? Let's say you want to change the color of this bar, so that is also possible. You go to this where is the option? I go to data labels, and okay, nothing available here. Let's go to y-axis and then maybe columns. Yeah, now I come inside the columns. Okay, let me do this. Yeah, so I am inside the columns, and you see columns means this sales. So for sales, which color? By default Power BI has given blue color. You click on this and you can change whatever color you think is good for you, right? Let's say if I choose this pink color, you can do this. Not only this, you can do much more things inside this formatting. I'm going to unleash each and everything one by one, and you can click on this button to go inside the focus mode. When you click on this, you can only focus on your chart, so that whatever formatting, visualization you want to add, you can do this. And once if you click on this back to report, you will come over here, right? So this is how we are going to one by one we are going to take one business scenario, business problem, and we are going to learn how we can create visualization inside the Power BI. And we are also going to cover some theory behind connection and all those things, so that you can explore each and every feature of the Power BI. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to second lecture of Power BI. In the first lecture we have seen the overall broad perspective of Power BI, the ecosystem of Power BI. In the second lecture we are going to see how many data connectors are present inside the Power BI, and we will try to connect with some of the connectors, and I will also show you how we can create visualization on top of that. So let's get started. So I have launched my Power BI, and when you click on this get data, and when you click on more, so you see there are a lot of options available over here, right? So first of all, like we have already seen how we can connect to text or CSV file. Similarly, if you have any Excel file, JSON file, XML file, or any folder available, any PDF file available inside your local system, you can directly connect with them very easily, right? Now I'm going to show you how we can connect to databases. So I will take an example of MySQL database over here. If you have the PostgreSQL database or any other database, you can connect with that easily. So in order to connect to MySQL database, you can first need to install MySQL. If you already have it, well and good. If you don't have, you can just go to Google or any YouTube video, and you can check how you can install MySQL database. But for now, I will assume that you already have this MySQL database setup at your end. So I will directly show you how you can connect it. So, and by the way, don't worry if you are not having this SQL database. I will give you the link in the description box of one video. You can follow through that. You will be able to get it properly. So let me click on this MySQL database and I will say connect. Okay, so it is asking me for the some details, server and database. So server means where my database is running and what is the name of that database. So if you see, I have this particular database called as Power BI, in which I have some tables. We have physics constant, physics forces, and physics parties. Okay, sorry, physics paradise. Okay, something like that. Whatever table we have, 3 tables we have. Now to create this table as well as this database, I have given this script also in the description box. You can check it out. Okay, so this script will be present to you. Now what I'm going to do, this database is running on my local instance, right? So I'm going to provide that information. Server is nothing but it's a local host server. So I will say local host, and name of the database is Power BI. Okay, I will hit enter and okay. Now I'm making this connection second time, so that's why it was not asked me for the password. But when you install this MySQL Workbench or MySQL in your system, you require to set the username and password. So I have already provided this multiple times, so that's why it is not asking me. But if you're doing it for the first time, it is going to definitely ask you for the username and password, so you have to provide that, and you will get that username and password at the time of MySQL installation. All right, now as you can see, we are able to connect to our database called as Power BI, and we have these 3 tables. Now what I can do, I can select all these 3 tables. Okay, and I'm going to load all these tables. Okay, you see this in physics particles. Okay, that was particles. In here we have particle ID, particle name, category, charge, and mass in kilogram. In the physics forces table, here we have force name, description, strength level, and range meters, right? Similarly, we have physics constant. So let's load this table. See, it is loading all the tables. I can go to Power BI and wait for some time. Okay, all the data is loaded, and now as you can see here in the right hand side, I can see all the 3 tables. When you expand this is table number 1, table number 2, and table number 3, right? Let's say if you want to create some visualization on top of it, for example, if you take maybe you can say I want to see the charge. So let's put charge over here. See, you have these charges and their mass accordingly. Okay, so sum of mass, right? Or if you want, go to this table view, and from here if you select this particles table, you need to click on this. See, you have these charges and masses, right? Now this is in 10 to the power of minus 31, 10 to the power of minus 27. You know the masses of charges are obviously going to be in that range. So that's why it is showing 0 over here. If you click on this and you know mass in kgs, just go over here and we basically need to edit this. So I will show you in future how you can edit this. But for example, let me remove this. I will take another example. Let's say if I take the name of the force, right, these are the forces and their ranges in meter. Okay, let me drag and drop this over here. See, we have this ranges, right? You can see this information in this format, or maybe in the bar format also, but bar format is going to work on the this number data only. So yeah, this is in a tabular format. You have this. See, so now this is how you can connect to your SQL database and you can fetch the data from there. As you know, most of the company keep their data into the so SQL databases or maybe no SQL databases. So you can connect to those databases and grab that data. Now next I will show you one more interesting thing. Let's suppose if you want to load some data from the web. So I will click on this web. Okay. And I will take one example. Let's say you are visiting on a Flipkart. So I will say flipkart.com. Let's say this is the website. I will click on OK. All right. And in just 1 or 2 seconds you will see it is going to show some data from the Flipkart. See, we are not going to hit the internal databases of Flipkart when you say web. This is just going to show you the data with respect to the scraping pattern which is available on the Flipkart website and not the internal database. Okay, so let's just give a wait and see what happens. Okay, so you see it is saying it is making a connection to flipkart.com website, and let's wait for some more time. Okay, and you see it has made some connection to flipkart.com. Now if I'm going to connect this website https flipkart.com anonymously. There are multiple options: Windows, Basic, Web API. I'm going to choose anonymous and I'm going to click connect. Okay, so for some reason Flipkart was not working and I was not able to get the data, but I will take another example. So once again I'm going to click on the web. Okay, and this time I'm going to provide this particular URL. Now this is the free API URL. With this URL you can see the space X launches date. Okay, so I'm going to provide this URL inside the box over here. I will say okay, and now what this is going to do, it is going to connect to that website, the link which I have given, and it is going to fetch all the tables or whatever data that URL is going to give. So let's just wait, and now you see we have this launches table, and in the launches we have all this data. We have fairings, link patch small. So this is a PNG link, right? If you copy one of the link and just go to Google and just search about it, so you see this is the going to be the link. Let's just wait to open this. Okay, what is going here? Let me do this, and yeah, and you see this image got loaded. So that is about this image. See, this image I have opened, and that was this. Similarly, you have another PNG image. This is a Reddit campaign. So right, all this information whatever we have available in the launches table, it is able to show all this different data, right? And by the way, it has opened a Power Query editor. So what you can do, you can click on close and apply. That's it. So it has when we are connecting to web, it is applying some transformation. and we will come to that part. Don't worry, we will understand what is transformation in Power BI, what is Power Query. But when you connect to web, it has by default doing this. So I was not doing anything, I just loaded it. So what we can do, you can click on this and we can say close and apply. And once we will say that, so I will click on this apply changes and see it is applying the changes. Okay, it will take some time, so let's just wait. And now you see we have this launches available over here with all the data. When you go to this table view and select this launches table, see now we have all this data available with us, right? Okay, let me take one more example. So what I can do, I can go to this particular website. So this is dummyjson.com/product, which is a website which will provide you some dummy data, right? So let's go to the Power BI, go over here, click this, click web, and let's provide this. And this is going to give us the information of some product, okay, some dummy product. So I will click OK and just wait. Okay, and you see once again it has able to connect and it is showing this product table. And you see we have product IDs, product title, description, category, price, ratings, and all those information. See, we have bunch of columns, their QR code, thumbnail, total, skip, limit, all this information we can see it, right? Once again it has opened the Power Query editor, so I will say close and apply. Okay, and now this is going to load all this data. I will say apply changes, and it is applying all those changes to product table. Okay, now I can see this product table over here. Let me go to this view and click on the products. See, we have all the product table available over here. Similarly, you can check it out with some of this website. These are some users are going to give user data, card data, right? I can put this information or website link inside the description. You can check it out. Let's explore another part of it. So once again I will go to report view, and this time I will show you how you can connect to Databricks. So let's say if you have some data inside available into your Databricks account. Now those who don't know what is Databricks, so let me show you. So Databricks is this platform. You can go and sign in or log in over here for the free. First you need to sign up and then you can log in for the free. Now Databricks is the platform where you can do some SQL query, you can run Python code, you can do big data things over here. Okay, big data engineering things also you can do. So here what you need to do, once you are going to sign in, you will see this kind of screen, right? Now you go over here and then you need to go click on this SQL warehouse. When you click on this SQL warehouse, so it is going to load some connection strings, so just wait for it. Okay, so it has launched our SQL warehouse. So this is by default warehouse created by your Databricks when you log into your account. Okay, so we need to go inside this warehouse and then we need to click on this connection details. When you click on this connection details, see, so you can connect your Databricks with Tableau, Power BI, DBT, Python, Java, and many more things, right? Now let me go to the Power BI and show you. See, when you go over here and just let me search about Databricks. Okay, Databricks. So we have Azure Databricks and normal Databricks. We are not going to connect with the Azure because for that you need to create a Azure account, but we are going to go with the normal Databricks account. So let me click on this and say connect. So when I do this, see, it is asking me, let me do this, server hostname, HTTP path, default catalog, database name, query tag, and bunch of other parameters. So one way how you can get this all parameters. So see, these, when you go to connection details, these are your server hostname, HTTP path, JDBC URL, OAuth URL, all this information you can provide it over here. But the easiest way is you click on this Power BI. You see there are bunch of option available over here, and we want to connect our Databricks with Power BI. So I will click on this Power BI and I will click this download connection file. When you click on this, a connection file will be downloaded and it is going to show. Let me show you how it looks like. Okay, so I will go to my Windows machine, File Explorer, and inside the downloads you see this is how it looks like: database serverless starter warehouse. So we need to open this particular file. Okay, now you just double click on this file, it will automatically going to hook this with your Power BI, so that you don't have to write any manual connection. So I will double click on this and this is going to automatically connect my Databricks account with the Power BI. So let's just wait. Okay, and you see all this processing is happening. I can cancel on this because I don't have to provide, it is doing automatically. And say it is saying loading the file. Now meanwhile, it is when it is showing loading the file, what you have to do, you have to go to Databricks. Okay, and then you go here and then you need to go to workspaces, and within the workspace this Databricks will provide you by default your workspace, but you can create a new workspace. So this is also loading. Let's wait till the time I can come over here and see if it is able to load this or not. Okay, so you see in the Databricks I am able to load all my folders. So what I have done in the workspaces, I have created a folder called as Power BI, and within this folder I have uploaded a file. Okay, which is right now it is not showing over here, but when I go over here and see, this is the folder, and within this folder I have one table created. Okay, now if I come to my this thing Power BI, see it is able to detect all those files, and within the workspace I have this Power BI folder. When I expand this Power BI folder, you will see there is one table available inside this Power BI, and I'm going to connect my that particular table to Power BI. And in order to create that table, what you can do, you can go to your created folder, and let me also go here and then maybe you can go to first this home, and then you can upload a file, right? Maybe any file. So this file I'm going to give you inside the description, and this file, once it is being uploaded, you need to create a table out of this file. Okay, then only you will be able to connect over here. So you see this is showing a customer raw inside the Power BI, right? So how it is showing this table? Because I have uploaded that table inside the Databricks. Okay, that file inside the Databricks, and then I converted that file into a table. Okay, that is how it is being able to show it over here. So let me show you. See, this file is uploading, and once this is being uploaded, you see this create table option is coming. So let me select the catalog. So let's say if I select the catalog as workspace, and schema you can select it as default or Power BI, any other schema, and then let me give the name as customer raw 1. Now once you have selected this, right, this create table option will come automatically. See, and when you click on this create table, So what will happen inside the catalog workspace, inside the Power BI schema, this table will be created. Okay, so let me click on this, and while this is in this manner, I have created this table, customer raw table as well, and that's why, since it was earlier created, it is able to show over here. When you create the, see, this is how, once you create it, the table is going to show like this. See, in the Power BI now we have customer raw one table as well, but for the time being I'm going to connect with customer raw table only. When you click on, see, refresh, it is going to show you another table as well. Okay, so I have done the refresh button. Let me show you if it will load. So you see, I have done the refresh, and now customer raw one table is also coming. Now I will select customer raw one this first table only and not one, and you see we have all the details: customer ID, full name, email, phone, sign up, and state. I will say load this data. Okay, so now it is going to load this. I will say apply changes. So yes, it will take some time, and finally it is going to load the data inside the Power BI. Okay, all right, so this is done, and now this data models, this is refreshing, so it will show us in second. So you see, now we have this customer raw table available. When you go to the data model, see, this customer raw is available, right? So this is how you can connect to multiple connectors wherever your data resides. You just go and connect to your Power BI. I have shown you 2-3 ways. In the upcoming future videos, we are mostly going to work with the MySQL database and then CSV or Excel file. But yeah, there are multiple options available if you are working in any organization, and if that organization is working maybe in Snowflake, or maybe in Azure, or maybe in the this AWS ecosystem. So you can connect to multiple databases. Wherever your data is available, you can just grab it and then put it. Okay, so this is how you can connect it. So that's it for the lecture number 2. In the lecture number 3, we are going to look for the transformation tab, the Power Query tab, and we will understand that in detail. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture 3. In the previous lectures, that is lecture number 1 and 2, we have seen the overview of Power BI, the ecosystem. We have also seen how we can connect to different data sources. In this lecture, I am going to talk about the Power Query editor. So we are going to load one sample data set, and we are going to start with the ETL process, that is extract, transform, and load. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. I'm going to launch my Power BI desktop. So let's launch this. And while that is launching, I will show you the data set which I will be using. So I have prepared this data set. Let me open this. So you see, we have this data: order ID, order date, customer name. So this is kind of sales data we have with region, country, city, right? Sales amount, discount, and all those things, right? But if you pay attention to this data, we have some empty rows, so null values, right? For order ID, for region as well, for remarks as well. So we are going to deal with this data, and I will show you some basic data cleaning stuff inside our Power Query editor within the Power BI environment. So let me close this, and see, this Power BI desktop is now loaded. I'm going to start with the blank report, and I will say get data. This data is in CSV format. You can put it in Excel format or whatever format you want. So I'm going to connect this data directly. This is the data. Okay. So you see, we have this data loaded over here, right? Now this time I'm not directly going to say load, instead I'm going to say transform data, and when you click on this it is going to launch a Power Query editor where you can clean or transform your data. Okay, so this is not very difficult guys if you have learned Excel. So in Excel also we do the same thing, right? So that is the same thing we are going to do it over here. If you watch my Tableau series, so over there also like we have Tableau Prep Flow Builder for doing the same kind of task. Okay, so let me click on transform data and see Power Query editor got launched, and this is the table, and now we have all this data available over here. Okay, now I'm going to follow sequence by sequence steps to do something. So first of all, I'm going to show you how we can rename columns. So for example, I'm going to rename these 3 columns with this new name. Okay, so let's find this sales amount where we have. So we have this sales amount. So in order to rename it, you just double click on this and then rename whatever you want to rename, sales, and then hit enter. As soon as I do this, you see something happened over here. So there is something called as applied step. Now in Power Query editor, whatever you do, all the steps are being recorded over here. So if you have learned Excel macros, it is same as this. And even if you have learn about Tableau, so in Tableau Flow Builder, whatever you do, all the steps are being recorded. So same thing in Power Query editor, whatever you do, it is all been recorded over here. Now these 3 steps, change type, promoted header, and source, these are automatically applied by the Power BI query editor automatically itself. Okay, so that's why we are getting the steps from here. So I just rename this column sales. Okay, let's do one more subcategory and for discount as well. So if I scroll left, we have something called as see subcategory. So I want to rename it like sub and remove this dash. See one, now we are only renaming the columns. So within the same step, all the renaming of the columns will come. Let's take one more example. If I say percentage discount, so I will remove this and say discount PCT, which means percentage only. So you see we are able to do it. Now let's go to the next step. I'm going to show you how we can check data type correction. See, this change type is nothing but the data type changes only. Tableau has Power BI has automatically applied this, but in order to check this, what you can do, you can go and see order ID. It's kind of it's not date, right? It's order ID, but Power BI has identified this. When you click on this, see ABC. So yes, it is ABC. That means it's a alphanumeric text kind of thing. So Power BI is able to identify the data type of it, and how it is able to identify? By applying this change type step automatically. If you check this order ID, you see a calendar icon is coming over here. When you click on this, you see calendar icon is nothing but date. So Power BI is able to identify, okay, this is the date kind of column. Similarly, you check customer name ABC, region is ABC, country is ABC. If I show you, you see we have sales, which is 1.2. When you click on this, 1.2 means it's a decimal number, and yes, we are right, sales is in decimal number. If you check quantity, it is showing 1 to 3. When you click on this, what is this 1 to 3? It's a whole number, right? So yeah, that's right. You said discount percentage, it is 1 to 3. If you want to change it into the percentage, yes, that is possible, you can do that. But right now we have null values. So I will show you first. We will remove the null values and then we will try to convert it into the percentage. Okay, so these are the things. Now let's do one another data cleaning. What I want to do is, let's say now I want to remove rows with missing order IDs. So let's say I want to do this. You see we have some missing order IDs, and missing order ID means it's a incomplete transaction. So I want to remove this maybe null values directly. So you can do it directly, just go here and then apply the filter remove empty, or you can unselect this blank and then say okay. And as soon as you do this, here you see filter rows are captured over here. So it is same as your Excel macros only. So you see now we have only 138 rows left with, because we have removed the null order IDs, right? Next we can also remove okay, this is done. Now I'm going to show you how we can replace the values. Okay, So for replacing the values, you see we have one remark column at the very end, and here the remark column is urgent, delayed, okay, all these things kind of remark, and we have some null rows as well. So for null rows, I want to replace that with no remark, something like that. So how I can do that? If you click on this and go to filter, you see now you can't do this. You can only remove the empty filter from empty rows from here, but I don't want to remove those empty rows, but instead I want to fill it. So how I can do that? So you click on this column, and then there is something called as transform. So I will go to this transform, and within the transform, you see we have something called as replace values, right? So I will click on this, and I will click replace values and not replace errors. Okay, so click replace values. So it is going to open this value to find and which value to replace with. In the advanced option, if you see, you can put more advanced thing, like you can match the entire cell content. For example, I want to replace this urgent with something, or maybe if you find pattern like where del is written, so you can do all this pattern matching and then replace that thing as well in the advanced option. I'm not going to show you advanced option as of now, but in any in future videos, if we do any project, so over there I will show you this advanced option as well. Right now what I want to do, I want to replace the null value, so I will keep this as null only, and then I want to replace this null value with what? I want to replace these empty values with, let's say, no remarks. All right, I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see all the empty cells or empty rows are now replaced with this, and this step is got also captured over here. We have no remarks, and then here that step is getting captured. Cool. So this is how you replace the null values. Next, let's say we in the discount we have, you see over here in the discount we have some null values. So now I want to replace these null values with 0. Okay, so once again I will click on this percent discount column, then I will say replace values, and this time I will not keep it as empty because now I want to replace the null values with zeros. So I will put null and here 0, and I will click OK. And also now I want to convert this percent discount into the percentage, so I will click on this, and then I will say percentage, and as soon as I do this, you see now we have this percentage, right? And if you click the whole number once again here, or you delete this step, also you can delete this step also. Let me delete it. You see we have this 10, so it is already in percentage. 10 is already in percentage, but again I am trying to convert it in a different percentage. So what this calculation will happen, it will find the highest number. So if you see highest number, we have 10, so it will treat 10 as 100% and 5 as a 50% of that discount. If you have 1, 2 or 0, it will be treated like that only. So let me show you. If you click and then once again click on percentage, you see okay, 5 got converted into 500%, 10 got converted into 1000%, right? So this is how the calculation is happening, but we don't want that. Actually that number was already in percentage, but percentage sign was missing. So let's not go into this thing. I will only but if you want to change it, you can do this, but let's say I want to whole number only, so I can click on whole number, or you can delete this step also. All right, so we have this number properly. Cool. Now let's go to the next step. Okay, so let's say in the business requirement is they only want to load this data. Okay, you can consider that this data is coming from the database or somewhere, and they only want to load the country for some specific country. So again they want to apply filter. So you go over here, and let's say I only want to see 3 countries, USA, UK and India. I don't want to include Canada and Australia, so I can uncheck them and say OK. And now see, we have only data for USA, UK and India. Now the thing is, you are not changing your actual data in the Power Query editor. Whatever transformation you are applying, it is being applied, and then when you load it, you will only going to see this much data, but your actual data will remain same. So that is the benefit of Power Query editor as well, right? Now let's go for the next step. Let's say I want to remove unnecessary columns from my data. For example, I want to remove this sales representative. So right now, the sales representative columns tells us that which representative has done this sales. So this is for this row is representing representative 1, representative 5, and so on and so forth. But I don't want this information maybe. Okay, so what I can do, you just right click and then you have the option of remove column. Okay, so you can click on remove and this column will be removed. All right, now next, let's say you want to see some columns on first place and then remaining column in the last, so you can drag those columns first and drop other columns at the end. For example, I want to see this sales quantity and discount percentage as well as profit to be very first. So what you can do, you select this, you drag and drop this sales over here, and as soon as you do this, see reordered columns is coming over here. And for reordering, like you will have option here also. Let me show you in the home tab or transform tab. If you see move option is there. You can move the column to left, right, beginning, and whatever you think. Okay, also let's say you want to drag and drop profit over here at whatever position, you can put it. You see profit is now showing before the sales. If you want to make it over here, you can put here. So sales and profit, right? So this is what happened inside the reordering columns. You can do it with the help of this move option also. Let me show you one example with move. Let's say I want to move the country. So I will select country, I will say move, and I will say to the beginning. So when you click on this, you see now country is now available at the very starting, right? Now let's see next points. Okay, so now let's say we want to okay, we have left with all the basic steps we have done. Now you see we have one more column called as region, and in the region also we have some null values, and I want to fill these null values. Now this time I don't want to fill with any random values, right? Because here if you see in real use cases, if region is empty, you don't want to put region with all the east. That is not going to make sense. And let's say you have done the meeting with your business stakeholder, and they are saying what you can do, you can instead fill with if this is east, you can fill rest of the value as east. If this is north, you can fill this as north. If this is west, you can fill this as west. If this is east, you can fill this with east. So basically whatever is coming on top of the null values, you can replace those null values with like that. Okay, so that is what the discussion have done. So how I can do that? So again, let me click on region, and you see we have something called as fill value. When you drop down this, you have fill values like down fill or up fill. Let me select the down fill. See, I selected the down fill, the step is getting recorded, but nothing is showing over here. Okay, now let's take one more example. I will delete this step, and once again now I will select the region, I will say fill, and this time I will say up. So when I say up, so here west is available, so all this here in the null values west will come. Okay, let me click on up. You see I have applied the step, but still nothing is showing. And why is that so? So remember this is very critical step. Whenever you are going to apply this fill, you need to replace first empty value with some different value, maybe null value or blank value, because fill only works with non-empty values. It is not going to work with the empty values. So how to do that? Let me remove this step first. Now first what I will do, I will replace all this empty cell maybe with null. Okay, so I will select this, I will say replace value, replace values. So empty and empty I want to replace with null. I will say okay. So you see now we have null everywhere. Now when you are going to apply this fill step, it is going to work. So we have selected region. Let's go click on fill. And now I will first show you down and then I will show you up. So for example, if you see this null value, Here we have east, so all these three will be replaced with east. This will be replaced by north. So let me show you. You click and you see now we have 3 east over here. Here we have north, right? That was blank earlier. So this is how you do it. Now let me change it once again. I will going to delete this step, and we have null values, and now I'm going to use up value. So here you will see 3 west. Okay, so let's select this, say fill, and I will say up. Now you see west is coming, right? So this is how you can fill the values with up and down value. Now let's suppose I don't want to fill with up and down. So I have taken the help of ChatGPT, where I have created this DAX query. Okay, so let me go over there and show you. So let's say this is your DAX query. Now I want to, let me put it over here, the DAX query. Now don't worry about DAX query if you don't know right now. I'm going to explain this. We will come. So you right now you can understand DAX query is nothing but your Excel formula. Okay, so see what I'm going to do. I'm going to apply this formula. Okay, so this is going to fill the values randomly. Okay, randomly. So let me show you. I will once again delete this fill step, delete. So we have seen null values over here, right? And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new column. So I will say go to add column, and I will say column from example or custom column. So I will say custom column. Okay, and I'm going to give the name of this column as new region, and I'm going to provide the formula over here. Okay, and this is the formula. You see what formula is saying: if region equals to null, then put any one of this value north, south, east, west by the random between 0 and 3, else you whatever region is available you put that. So this is what this formula is saying. So it is going to generate a number between 0 to 3 with the help of this number dot random between function, and 0 will be assigned to north, 1 will be assigned to south, 2 will be assigned to east, and 3 will be assigned to west. And then we are going to replace any one of them if it is null. So let me copy this and go over here and put it. Now there is no syntax error. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now I have the new region available over here, and let me drag and drop the old region at the last. So I click on this, I go to transform, I say move to the last. Okay, so that we can compare. So you see we have null over here, so it is showing error for that null, right? So for null it is showing error. Now what I want to do, first of all, from this region I want to remove all the null values. Okay, because this formula which I have applied for the new region, you double click on this. Okay, for new region you click on this. I want to see the query parameter, right? So for that what you can do, yeah, we have this. So from right click and we will say edit settings. Yes, and now we have this formula. You see, now here we are saying, see, if this is equal to null, so null means it is going to have the null values, okay, and not the actually null, but we have the actual null. So either you can remove those null values from the old region column, or what you can do, you can wrap this inside a string format. Okay, double quotes null. And now when you say okay, so you see now for region where we have this null, so this is also showing null only. Why it is that? Okay, let's do this. Okay, so I took some debugging steps, And now you see we have region with these null values and then new region with randomly generated region values. So how I removed the error, let me show you the step-by-step process. So if you go to this added columns, first of all, this region I have removed all the empty values with null values. Okay, so this is only going to work with the null values. Why? Because whenever you write this, okay, in the Power BI, when you write is null, so it should be equal to actually written null, because empty value and null values are different. When you say empty, it is nothing, but when you say null, so you have to compare this. And that's why when we were saying if region equal to null, it was going into the else condition, and in else we have null values or blank values, so same blank values for repeating, because that was never null, it was empty, and we cannot check emptiness, we can only check the nullness. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now we were also writing this thing, see, we were writing if region equal to null, then this thing. So even if you replace this first null and then use this same formula, this is not going to work. Why? So let me show you. I will copy this formula and I will go over here and I will say edit setting, and I'm going to paste this formula, and you see what the error we are going to get. So I will click OK, and as soon as I did this, can you see now in the new region we have the errors. When you click on the error, okay, I will say continue, you see what this error is saying. It is saying the number is out of range of a 32-bit integer value. Now this is the learning curve, learning step. When you put this kind of formula and you are going to get the error, so you maybe take the help of ChatGPT. Right now this error is simple. I can explain you that what is happening. Let me say go to error, and I will once again say edit setting, and you see what is the error. We are trying to give the value of all this north, south, east, west as 0, 1, 2, 3 in a number format. But if you check this, I will say okay, if you check this region is nothing but it's a it's a text column. So when you are trying to convert internally, it is converting into a floating point number, and we want to avoid that, so that's why this error is coming. When I put this error in ChatGPT, you see the same error I put, and what it says, it is out of range because it only accepts a whole number, but Power Query is passing a decimal number, right? So it is trying to convert it into a floating number. So this is kind of learning we want to understand. Okay, we want to have, I'm not spoon feeding over here to you guys, so that you can at least understand how to write this kind of queries. These are DEX queries. We are going to cover this in much more detail. I will start with very scratch, but these are very simple terms, you can understand it now. So then what I did, I take ask the ChatGPT how we can remove this error. So it has given me this solution, multiple solution it has given me. I tried with this solution and then this solution, so both solutions are working. You see here what we are doing. Here we are using this round down function, which is going to convert it into a round integer number, or you can use this int 64 dot from, so that is also going to convert it into a integer number. Now if you use any one of this formula, but first you have to convert this into a null value, that is for sure you have to do, right? This region you need to replace the null values, right, with the empty values. So now if you put this value, let me show you. I will copy this one and say edit setting, and I'm going to put this. I will say okay, and now you see all these errors are gone and we are having the random values, right? So this is how you can do it. Similarly, if you use this formula, this is also going to work, right? So that's it for this video. We are done with our ETL 1 video. In the second part of the same ETL process or Power Query Editor, I'm going to show you some more advanced techniques, some more advanced data cleaning stuff. All right, hi everyone, welcome to the next part of this Power BI series. In the previous video, we have seen how we can do some basic data cleaning inside the Power Query Editor. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can do some advanced data cleaning stuff inside the Power Query Editor. So let's get started. I'm going to load a data set which I have prepared. So let me go and load that data set. So we have two CSV file. One is employee masters.csv and second one is employee salary.csv. So I'm going to load both of these tables or data set. So let's first load the masters table. So you see this is how it looks like. We have employee ID, full name, department, design, age, experience and region, from which region that employee belongs to. I'm going to load this data and I'm once again going to connect and going to load another data set as well. Okay. So you see all the 60 records being loaded. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to once again go to CSV file and this time I will load the another CSV file. Now the reason why I have loaded it separately because I wanted to merge these two two basically data sets. Okay, so here we have employee ID, salary, HRA, allowance and branch. So you see we have common employee ID on which we are going to merge this both the data sets. So I'm going to load this as well. Okay, so you see now we have both the tables, employee salary as well as employee master. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the model view. Okay, and you see inside the model view both the tables are getting attached. Okay, so they both are combined, and when you hover your mouse over here, you see Power BI is able to identify which is the common field using which this data model needs to be aligned. So it is connected with the employee ID. So this is a relationship we have built. Now the relationship which we have built, it's a simple relationship, but let's say if you have multiple tables, so you can build the relationship in multiple ways. Okay, so you see these are the two ways using which we can connect multiple tables. One is we call it as a star schema and another we have something called a snowflake schema. So in the star schema, what we do, we have something called as fact table which is going to remain in the middle, and then we will have dimension tables which is going to surrounded by that fact table. Okay, so in the fact table you will have higher level columns, and then in the dimension table you have lower level columns. So this is called as star schema. I'm just covering this part as of now, but in the future videos I'm going to take multiple tables and then I will show you how you can connect into the star schema your tables. And then you will have snowflake schema, in which once again you will have the fact table in between, and then you will have dimension table surrounded by that fact surrounded by all those things, all the dimension tables. Basically you will have in the middle fact table, and then dimension table is going to surround it. And what we will have, like the difference between this snowflake schema and star schema is, in this snowflake schema you will not only have the dimension table, but you will have dimension of dimensions. So basically multiple dimension tables you will have. If you simply Google it, let me show you star versus snowflake schema, so you will understand. See this diagram, you can open any diagram, you see this, see this is the, we have fact table and then these are the dimension tables, but here we have the fact table, then these are the dimension table, and then their respective dimension table also. So we are breaking down the tables with multiple dimension tables. So that is called a snowflake schema. But in the star schema you will have only fact table and then corresponding dimension tables, right? We are going to cover this in detail, but right now I just made a connection inside the Tableau, in Power BI. So I wanted to show you this how this relationship is being. Also, if you click on this, double click on this, you will see both the tables have cardinality, and cardinality right now if you see, it is selected as many to one, but you can select as one on one a relationship also, or you can change it, let's say many to one relationship also you can have. So what this cardinality also, right now I'm not going to talk about in great detail, but when I'm going to combine multiple tables, at that time I will talk about this cardinality as well. But for now this is fine, I will save this, and we have now connected both the tables in the data model view. Now what I'm going to do, I will go to the report view and I will click on this transform data, because today we are not going to deep down into the data model view. Our target is how we can clean the data first, and then we will go inside the data model view. So let's click on the transform data. Okay, so it has launched the Power Query editor. Now here we have already seen some basic stuff. Now I'm going to cover these things in the today's lesson. So I have already prepared the PDF for it, and let me show you that. So yeah, see here we have the PDF. So let's do it one by one. First of all, I'm going to add a new column. So if you go to the here and sorry, not here, into your Power Query editor, and you see your master table have this information, and then salary table have this information. So our first column, what we are going to do, first thing, we are going to add a column called as experience level, and we are going to check if experience is greater than equal to 10, we call it as a senior. So where we have the experience, we have the experience inside the employee masters. So see here we have experience column, and I want to add this particular feature over there, right? So let's copy this, and I'm going to see, this is a conditional thing, right? So you go to add column, either you can use this conditional column formula, right? So here you can put all the things, if name of the column, and if the your experience years is greater than equal to something, then you do this. If it is something, you can add another clause, you can do this, right? But I prefer mostly the formula one, so I will directly use this custom column, and I can directly paste my formula over here. See, I will put this, right? And I can give a name as well. So let me give the proper name. I can say experience level. So let's go to Power BI and add it. Oops, here it is. I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see I have the experience level column available over here with this formula. So this is how you can add the new columns. Though we have seen this in our previous lecture, I'm just showing you because we have this conditional column also, so you can add the same thing with the help of this. Now next we are going to see how we can do some group by operation. So when I say group by, so let's say I want to see maybe department wise number of employees, or maybe department wise number of ages. So this is how you group the things, data. So let's take one use case. I want to say count of employees per department. I want to see this, okay? Per department I want to see a count of employees. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do grouping by department, right? So let's see how we can do that. So here we have department, right? Now I will select the department, I will go to home or transform basically, and then you see we have group by. So let's click on this group by, and you see it has selected a department. Now new column name I want to give as employee count, and operation I want to do, yes, I want to count the rows, right? And when you say okay, so you see now we have in the sales department only 10 employees, finance department 10 employees, HR department 10 employees. So we have 60 records, and this is evenly distributed. So this is one group by you can do, right? Let's take another example. Let's say this time I want to see the average age per designation. Okay, or before showing that, what you can do, let me right click on this grouped rows, or you can click on settings. Now you can go to advanced tab, and you can do the group by even further. So let's say department wise I have done the grouping. Also I want to do the grouping by maybe let's say region wise. Okay, you can only do the group by on non-numeric columns, not on numeric columns. Now for this time, again I want to add an aggregation. Now this time for department I want to see employee count and count of rows, and this time I'm going to give another name. Let's say this time aggregation wise I will say I want to see their average age. Okay, so average age, so I will select average over here, and for which column I want to apply this average on age column, right? So this is what I want to see. I will say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now I have a different view of my data. I have department, these are the departments, these are the region, these are the employee count, right? So in sales department, for north region I have only 3 employee, for west region I have 2 employee, for south 3, likewise. And in the north region for sales department average age is 29. So this is how you can do multi-level group by as well. So you can see your data in a different way. You can even add more group by, and then you can see more granularity of the data, right? Now let's take this another example. Let's say I want to see average age per designation. Okay, so now I will remove these steps. So I will right click. Yeah, so let's add this, delete this, right click and delete it. Okay, and now we can take example of this one. So we wanted to see the this thing average age per designation, right? So I will go to designation and I will say group by, right? And I will say average age. Okay, so this time I don't want to count it, I want to see the average age, right? So I will say average avg age, and instead of count I will say average, and I will select the age of the employee. But the group by I'm going to do with respect to designation. So I'll say okay, and now you see we have executive, senior executive and manager, and these are their respective ages, right? Average ages. Cool. Now let me remove this particular step as well. So we have seen how we can do the group by operation as well. Now next is we are going to see this pivot and unpivot example. Okay, so for pivoting what I'm going to show you, so let's say we have this we wanted to see the things like this: branch, total basic salary, total HRA and total allowance. Okay, so this is what we want to see. Now if I go to my master's employee salary, we have basic salary, HRA, allowance and branch. So first of all let's add this total salary, okay, inside it. So how we can do that? We can simply add this, and that is total salary is nothing but the basic salary plus HRA plus allowance, also called as CTC, cost to company, right? So let's create a column, add column and then custom column, and I will give the name as CTC. And what is going to be the CTC? It is going to be nothing but basic underscore salary. So you can choose it from here also, see, and then plus you will have HRA, right? So you double click, it will be inserted. Okay, plus we'll have allowance, insert, right? Okay, and now we have, you see we have this CTC available over here, right? Now I want to see the information in this way: branch wise, total basic salary, right, total HRA and total allowance. So this is what I want to see. So how I can see this information? So first of all what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this employee ID because that is not required. So you right click and then you say remove. So employee ID is gone. Now I'm going to select these four columns. Okay, these four columns now we have along with this CTC as well, right? Where we have this even if you remove this CTC also, I have just kept it for so that we can have a view of entire CTC also. But even if you don't have it, it's completely fine. Now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to show you unpivoting and then I'm going to show you pivoting. Okay, so let's select these three columns. Okay, I can select this. So you have to press Control Shift or Command Shift, this. Okay, these three things. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the transform and I will say unpivot column, unpivot columns. And as soon as I do this, you see we have this data Mumbai. For all the Mumbai, these are the basic HRA allowance. Okay, and CTC is still there. Okay, we don't want to you can remove or hide this column for now. You can ignore this column. Okay, so we have this value. Now what I want to do, see, I'm going to going to transform the data and now I'm going to unpivot it. Okay, so this is how it looks like. We have this unpivoting done, and now after unpivoting I'm going to do the pivoting. Now for pivoting, see, these are the my attributes. I'm going to select the attribute. I have written the steps also, and then we have to go and transform the values, right? So I selected this. I will go to pivot column, right? And here you need to say using what you want to see. So using CTC or values, I will say CTC, sorry, values, right? Using values, I want to pivot, unpivot it, and then in advanced option you can select sum, average, whatever you want to see. So this will give the information in a different view. See, as soon as I did this, now I can see my branches over here. Cities is there. Now basic salary is coming over here, HRA and allowance. So now for Bangalore, I have all this basic salary, HRA and allowance. For Delhi, these are the basic salary, HRA and allowance, right? So you can see all the information. Now we have 58 rows total, right? So this is how you see the information. You will have branch, your basic salary, HRA and final allowance, right? Basic salary, HRA and final. CTC, you can ignore it. So this is same as your Excel formula. If you have learned Excel, like how to do pivoting and unpivoting in Excel. So pivoting meaning you want to take particular data point and you want to change the angle so that you can see the same data point but in a different view. So that is called as pivoting and unpivoting, right? Cool. Now let's take another example. Now I will show you how we can transpose the data. Okay, so what is the meaning of transpose? If you have learned about in your schools, row becomes columns and column becomes rows in the transform. So what I will do, I will remove the previous steps first. I will delete this, and I will also going to delete this step as well. Okay, now let's take the example of this transpose. So in transpose, what we have to do, we need to select all the data. So you say Control A, okay, and then this option we have, see, transpose. When you click on this transpose, so you see what happened. Your entire row become column and column becomes row. So now you see we have employee 1, employee 0. So now we wanted to see the data employee wise. Now still here you are getting column 1, column 2. So but I want to see I want to make employees as my headers. So what I can do, you see here we have use first row as header. So I will select this and select the first option. And as soon as I do this, you see we have now employees as our headers. Now in which scenarios this transpose is helpful? So let's say you are getting data on a monthly basis by your client, and their columns are going to be the same in this way. So you can add this data, you can get the data, transpose it, and you can just start adding this inside the this particular field, right? You can just go here and then say, in home you can say enter data, and then you can paste that data, whatever data you are getting over here. So in that way you don't have to manually do much of the things. So this is the transpose operation. Next we have merge queries. Now I will show you how we can actually join these two tables, employee master and salary. Now you may ask, in the data model view we have already joined it, so that is not joining. We have made only the relationship between these two tables. But when I say joining, that means you are going to actually take the rows from two tables or multiple tables, and then you are going to join it. So let me remove this, delete this, and transpose step also let me delete it. Now these are my fresh tables. Okay, so let's start see how we can join it. So I have written the steps over here. Okay, we need to select any of the table and then we can join it. So let's say if I click over here, now you have merge queries option. You click over here, you go to merge queries, right? And you see first we have employee salary, but on which we have to join it, we need a second table as well. So you right click over here for you drop down, click on this drop down, you will see the second table. Okay, so I want to join employee salary. I have already taken, I want to join it with employee master. So I will select this, and now you select employee ID from here and employee ID from here, and as soon as you do this, see this is joined. Now if you have learned SQL or any kind of join, we have multiple types of join: inner join, outer join, right outer join, left outer join, full outer join. So let's understand what kind of join we want. So when you click on this drop down, you see all the options are coming over here. So left outer means all from first matching from second. See, it is written in the hint also. So when you say left outer join, meaning you will get all the data from your left table. So when I say left table, the above one is the left table and below one is the right table, but only you are going to get matching rows from the second table. So depending upon your requirement, you can choose. For the time being, I am going to select full outer, meaning all the rows from the left table, all the rows from the right table. If I do this and say OK, so you see we have all the data points from the left table, and here we have the right table, that is our employee master. And you see it is showing a table and it is a link. When you click on this table, you go to your employee master table, where you have the employee table, full name, experience, all those things. See, so this is how it is showing only one row. Why? Because for each and every employee we have only one record, we have all the unique rows. Okay, so let me go to back. Okay, not from here, from here. See, these are your tables, right? So each and every table represent one single row, and in single row we have all the columns, or basically all the data from the employee master. If you want to change this, so you can edit settings, and you can change, you can select from left outer, right outer. Let's say if I choose only left outer, and I will say OK. And now when you go to the table, see continue, you see you have this particular record. Now you may ask why I'm not seeing any difference, because we have both the tables have the unique values. That's why you are not able to see the difference. If your table will not have the all the unique values, maybe your employee IDs are repeating or something is repeating, then you will see the differences. But right now we don't have that kind of data, that's why it is not visible. Okay, so this is how you can select it. So that was about like how you can do the merge query operation, right? Now we will see how we can do append query. Okay, so for append query, what we can do, let me remove this merge query first. Okay, now you see we have append query. So I click on this and I will say append queries, and you see we have two tables first. So what it is say, concatenate rows from two tables into a single table. So what it is going to do, it is going to take the rows and combine it in a single table. So let's say if I say I am in the employee salary, but I want to combine it from employee master, and when you say OK, you see what is now happening. So all the columns from the employee salary till here we have, and then we have the all the columns from the employee master, and that is all being present inside a single column, that is called as append queries. But now you ask why we are seeing these null values. So see, you have 60 employees in the, in the employee master table, and 60 employees in the employee salary. So see, for first 60 till here, see, we have the data till here for all the employees till 60, but we don't have their full name. So it has appended it in this way that after 60 you will start seeing, see, this table will become null, this entire table, the first table, and you will have, this thing, Amit Sharma and their full name and their department. So here if you go in the right hand side, here above is null but below is the value. So it has combined both the tables, okay, in this way. Now let's say, if I go and do edit settings, and this time if I say 3 or more tables, so concatenate row from 2 tables into a single table, and earlier I have selected 2 tables. Let's say if I select 3 or more tables, okay. Now what I will do, I will say, I have employee salary, employee master already added, right, both the tables. Let's say if I add, one more employee master and say add it, so I have now this 2 times double, okay. Now I'll say okay, and as soon as I do this, you see now how many rows I have. I have 180 rows, 60, 60, and then again 60, right? So that is also, you can do it. So second times, the this employee master is nothing but it's a duplicate rows only, right? So this is how you can append the rows, or append 2 or more than 2 tables in a single table. That was the append thing. Now next we are going to look up how we can see this, some column quality, column distribution, and column profile. So for that, let me first remove this as well. Okay, so we have now fresh these 2 tables. Now you can click on any table, and then you need to go to view, and as soon as you come to view, you see you have 3 options like column distribution, column profile, and column quality. Let me click on this column distribution, and as soon as I do this, you see I have the distribution of column. See, here it is saying 60 distinct, 60 unique. So distribution is evenly distributed. We have all the rows as a unique values. Here see the distribution in this way. We have 24 distinct value and 9 unique values. For HRA, 19 distinct and 5 unique values. Allowance 25 this, and similarly for branch. Now if I click on this column profile, let me click on this column profile, and as soon as I do this, you see same information you can see over here. Let me select this basic salary, and you see you have bunch of other information along with your distribution. What is the count of the entire column, if you have any error, right, if you have unique values, nan values, min, max, average. So this is kind of, you are seeing all the statistics around your column, okay. And why we do it, because if we want to do any data transformation, so this is a quality check, right? Before doing data transformation, we do the quality check of our data, and with this simple trick you can do it. Now let's say if I click on this column quality also, let me click on this. So say same column quality, now these errors and all those things are showing over here as well. So this is how you can do your quality check in very simple manner. Now let me uncheck all these things. All right, and let's go to the next point. Next, we want to remove the duplicates. Let's suppose if you have the duplicates in your data. For example, what I'm going to do, I will go to transform, and then let's say I will say, or maybe home, I will say append queries, append query, 3 or more. So I have employee salary, employee master I will add, and once again I will add employee master. I'll say okay. So you see we have now, definitely we have, in our entire data we will have duplicate values. So you say Control A, right click, and okay, not from here. Let's suppose from allowance I want to, from this column I want to remove the duplicate values. So you right click and you see you have this remove duplicates. When you click on this, so now you see all duplicates are gone and we are only left with 26 rows, right? So this is how you can remove the duplicates from your data directly, right? I'm going to remove these steps and this step as well. So now we have fresh 2 data. Now next is we are going to see about let's say this we have already seen, right? How we can create this CTC column, which is fine. Now let's say one more example I will take, this thing salary band column. So again, this is if else condition. I think no need to show this, you can try it out and maybe you can take it as a homework. So your task is you need to check your basic salary, and if it is greater than 50,000 you make a high band. If it is below 35,000 and I mean greater than 35,000 and less than 50,000 you make it as a medium band, and less than that you say it as a low band. So you can create a salary band for employees, right? So you can take it as a homework. Now let's say I will go to another thing. I'm going to talk about parameter now. So what is this parameter? So parameters are used for dynamic filtering. Okay, let's see how we can create some dynamic filter. Right now if you see, for example, if you go over here, employee ID, so you have some filters, right? You can select any one of them and accordingly you will see the data. But let's say I want to create a dynamic filter. So how I can do that, and what is the meaning of dynamic filter? So dynamic filter meaning you will not go inside your data and then select this filter and do it manually. What you will have, you will have a filter available outside of your data, and whatever changes you will do into that filter, that is going to automatically apply to all the sheets or the sheets which you have connected to that particular dynamic filter. Okay, so let's do that. So for that I have prepared one use case. So what I'm going to do, I will go inside the there is something called as manage parameter. So let's click on this and we need to create a new parameter. So let me click on this and let's start giving the name. I will give this as a region parameter name. I'll say dynamic filtering for region. Now you see region, if you check your employee master, so region is nothing but it's a text field. So that's why you need to select your type of your filter also, or parameter also. I will say it as a text. Okay, it is asking me for value. So in the region we have only 4 regions: north, south, east, west. This can be the values. So I will drop down this and say list of values. Now it is asking me to add those list. So I will start adding it. I will say north, then we have south. You need to click on this plus to add the values. Then we have west and we have east. All right, and it is asking me the default value. So let's suppose default value I will provide north, and it is asking me for the current value. So current value also I will put north. I will say okay. Now as soon as I do this, you see we have one parameter coming over here. Its current value is north. If you want to manage it, you can click on this and you can change its behavior, right? Now what I'm going to do, I will go to employee masters where we have this region, right? Now let's say you only want to see the data for north region employees. So what you can do, you click on this filter, you can unselect, you can select this north, you say okay. Now it is gone, you are only able to see the north. So this is how your filter works. But let's say that's what my point was. You don't want to go inside your data and do the filtering from your data but outside of your data by just changing this parameter. So that is called as dynamic filtering. So how we can do that? So in order to do that, you click on this. There is something called as text filters. So you go in here and then you click on equals to, Okay, and here you select parameters. So you click on parameter and we have created this region parameter, so it is automatically coming over here. Now I will click OK. Now what I have done, I have connected my region parameter with this particular sheet. Now you see it is only showing me for the north region, okay, not for others. And if I go to my region parameter and from here if I change from north to south and go to my employee masters, you see this is got changed automatically from north to south. So I hooked my parameter to this sheet. Now once again if I go to my region, you select south to east maybe and come here, see this is for east. So this is how you create the parameter inside the Power BI desktop query editor. So yeah, that's it. I think you can take some homework also. Let's suppose you let me give you one homework. You can create another parameter, query parameter for maybe let's suppose this thing department. Okay, so department, when you change the department you need to see accordingly. Similarly, you let's say you create another parameter for basic salary. Now this time this is not going to be a simple list, you can have the basic salary of anything, right? So think how you can create that parameter as a filter. So that's it in this video. We have covered some advanced topics also. In the next part we are going to see some more advanced data cleaning stuff, and then we will start with some new topic. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture 5. In the previous lecture we have seen some advanced data analytics in Power Query Editor. In this video, that is lecture number 5, we are going to talk about DAX. Okay, we will talk what is DAX. We are going to mainly cover these 4 topics: measure versus calculated columns, row context, filter context, and we'll see some functions like all and percentage of total, which we are going to remove for the filters. Okay, so let's get started. So in order to create this video, I have connected these data sources. So I have 4 tables total: sales, product, customer, and calendar. I have already loaded them inside the Power BI. Let me go and show you this. Okay, so when I go to table view, you see this is my calendar table and we have this date, year, month, and quarter. Okay, when you go to customers table, we have this thing: customer ID, customer name, region, and segment, right? And you see like headers are not coming properly. We have this customer ID, customer name, region, and segment, and above that we have columns. So maybe we can go inside the Power Query and use first row as header so that we can get proper headers. Let's check other tables. We have product tables. Here we are getting the product ID, name, category, and unit price properly, and in the sales also this is proper. Now what I'm going to do, I will go to once again here and I will say transform data and I will click on this. Okay, so it's going to load the Power Query Editor, so just wait for it. Alright, so now we are inside the Power Query Editor. Now the problem was in the customer table, so I will select it, and here I will go to transform and I will say use first row as header. I will select this, and as soon as I did this, see customer ID, name, region, and segment now becomes this. Now I will go to home and I will say close and apply. Okay, that's it. We don't require any other transformation or any other data cleaning stuff over here. That's it. Now these 4 tables, they have relationship, and when I go to this model view, let's come to the model view, and now you see what relationship we have. Okay, so this is our main table, that is called a sales table. In the sales table we have all the unique keys which are present in different other tables. For example, sales table have this customer ID which is available inside the customers table as well, the customer ID. So we are going to map this table, both this table, connect these tables with the help of this customer ID key. Similarly, when you see products table, we have something called as product ID which is also available inside the sales table. And same goes with calendar, we have order date and date. Okay, now these two tables are already being identified by Power BI and they have connected it, but this calendar table is yet not connected. So let me connect this. In order to do it, you need to first identify which columns are or which fields are common. So this date and order dates are common, so I will drag this date inside the sales order date, and that's it. When I do this, see, it is now able to identify this date and order date properly. And when you see cardinality, it is saying 1 to 1. Now we will come to this point, what is cardinality. Okay, and if you see this cross filter direction, it is saying both, meaning you can do filtering from one table to another table, also from another table to first table. So I will save this, and hooray, now we have all the tables connected to the sales table. Now what kind of schema this is? In the previous session only I have shown you, this is called as star schema. So this is our main fact table and these are the dimension tables we have. Let's suppose if you connect your product table to another dimension table, right? For example, if you miss any information in the product and you create another helper table basically for this product table, so that will becomes the snowflake schema. So in the snowflake schema you will have dimension table of dimension table, right? But right now we have connected into the star schema fashion. Now what I will show you, I will go to the table view, or before I go to table view, let's talk about this. When you double click on this relationship, you see 1-to-1 relationship is here between sales and calendar. Cancel it. When you see, click over here, you see here also you have many to one relation between product and sale, and when you click over here you have 1-to-1 relation. So let's talk about what is this 1-to-1 and 1-to-many relationship. For that I have already prepared one PPT, so let me show you. Okay, so you see we have cardinality, right? Now what is meaning of 1-to-1? So 1-to-1 meaning one row in table A matches exactly one row in table B. There are no duplicates on both the sides or both the table. Example, if I give you, you see we have this table employee ID name, employee ID as E001, E002 and names. And we have another table called as employee payroll with the employee ID and bank account. Here also you have employee ID E001 and E002. Now both the tables have unique employee ID, there is no repetition, and that's why when you are going to connect these two tables into the Power BI into the data model view, you will see a 1-to-1 relationship because they have unique values in the employee ID and we are going to connect them with respect to employee ID field only. So this is going to make 1-to-1 relationship, right? So this relationship is 1-to-1. When we use it, when let's suppose if you split sensitive data, for example HR versus payroll, or if you want to perform the optimization, in that case we use this 1-to-1 relationship. Okay, so in many scenarios you can see all the tables will have some unique records, but this is very rare. In real world scenario, in the dimension tables you will have a unique key, but in the fact table you will have repeating thing, right? So that is how the real world scenario looks like. But yes, if fact table and dimension table both are having unique, in that case 1-to-1 relationship is followed. Next we have something called as 1-to-many relationship. So as name suggests, one row in table A relates to many rows in table B. Okay, this is default and recommended. Example, if I give you, see we have this table customers, we have the customer ID 01 and 02. Then we have sales table where we have sales ID as the primary key and then customer ID as a foreign key, right? So when you say foreign key means this field is going to refer in this particular table, and this is the primary key. When you say primary key, so that is the unique identifier for that particular table. Okay, now here if you see customer ID, we have 001, 001 and 002. So here we have customer ID repeating, so that's why this many customer, right? One customer can appear many times, so that's why this is called as many, and that's why relation is one to many, right? Now when we use fact and dimension modeling inside it with we use this kind of thing, and in the real world scenario also this kind of tables actually appears. Okay, now this one of the rule I have written over here: dimension are always on the one side, facts are always on the many side. What is the meaning of it? For example, if you go to here and let's talk about this product and sale, let me click on this. You see we have many to one relation. So which side we have many? You see small star over here written and one written over here. What is sales table? This is our fact table. What is product table? This is our dimension table. So on the fact side this many always comes, and in the dimension side one always comes. So that's why we call it as many to one. Now, or one to many also, if you see one to many, it's just opposite of many to one. Now when I come over here, see this is the thumb rule. Dimension are always one side as I shown, facts are always on the many side. Now if we talk about third option, which is many to one, this is going to be same as one to many, but in Power BI you see this option only, many to one. Okay, so it's just the opposite of it, but Power BI by default shows you many to one relationship only. Okay, so you can just consider a vice versa, nothing more. Now last we have something called as many to many relationship, right? So here we have this many to one, and yeah, this one is many to many. Now in many to many, if you see, we have this table: student ID, course, and then we have teacher and course. Okay, and so basically what will happen, many fields or many, here I have taken a wrong example, but you can consider this as, you know, many students are enrolling in many courses. Similarly, many teachers are teaching many subjects. So this relationship we call it as a many to many. Same information can appear multiple times, but this is dangerous. We don't use this, you know, in real world scenarios. This is kind of going to create a duplicate data more and more. So we avoid this kind of table creation. I have written, you know, you can say overview of it in one-on-one or one-to-one. This is very rarely used. One to many is best, many to one is normal. So you know, you can use one to many or many to one, that's not a problem. This is how real world scenarios happen. And many to many is complex mapping, we avoid this kind of mapping, right? In real world scenarios we don't we rarely have this data, but you know, all these scenarios exist, and in some cases you can get, you know, one to one or many to many as well. So that's why it was necessary to teach all these you know, four concepts to you. So now you understood, we have all this relationship established in the data model view, and this is what we do inside the data modeling, right? We create our fact table and dimension table with respect to different cardinalities, right? And we have four types of cardinality. Great. Now if you have understood this properly, so what I can do now, I can come to report view, and now we can talk about DEX. Now what is DEX? Let's start exploring this. So first of all, DEX is nothing but it's just a formula, or you can say a programming language with the help of which you can write, you know, create some measure or create some calculated fields inside the Power BI. Now what is measure and what is calculated column or fields? We will come to it. Now let me just zoom this a little more. Okay. Now here, as you can see, or we can do in this way. All right, fine. This is fine. So you see, whenever we start, you know, DEX inside the Power BI, student always thinks that DEX is it's all about formula. If they understood the formula, dex is done. No, that is not how dex is done actually. Dex is about controlling the context. Okay, it's not about controlling the formula or knowing the formula, it's about controlling the context. What is the meaning of it? Context, let's understand it. So in the Power BI, we have two type of context. We have something called as raw context, and then second is something called as filter context. Now let's understand first what is context. So you can understand or imagine this like you are seeing the data. Okay, now let me just take this. What I can do, I can maybe take an example of table. So you see we have this table, okay, for example, and right now let's suppose you are seeing only these two rows. So whatever you are seeing right now, we call it as a context. Okay, so basically, for example, context meaning is what? For example, if you take example from the English. So let's say if I say, hey, I watched the movie Chris 3, so and then finally I loved it. So when I say then finally I loved it, so it was referring to what? It was referring to Chris 3 movie. Similarly, context is what? Context is nothing but in the Power BI, in terms of Power BI, whatever data you are seeing, that is called as context. Whatever you are talking about the data, current data, we call it as a context, right? Context of the data. So we have two types of context, raw context and filter context. In raw context, current row being evaluated, meaning for example if you have a table and you are seeing the row context. So row context means now you are not seeing the whole table, but you are focusing on a single row. Okay, one single row. But when I say filter context, meaning which rows are visible due to slicer, filter or visual. So filter context means, so you can understand this, filters means you have a table, you applied a filter. So let's suppose earlier you have 100 rows and now you have 50 rows. So filter context means now you are only seeing or talking about those 50 rows. So that comes under the filter context. Now these two terms are backbone of understanding the DEX. That's why I given more stress on this. What is row context and what is filter context? Let's summarize it once again. Row context is nothing but row wise evaluation. Filter context means you have applied some filter and now you are only seeing the filtered rows. That's it. Okay, so now let's talk about this measure versus calculated columns, row context, filter context and all. We have already understood the theoretical meaning of row context and filter context, but now let's understand what is measure and calculated columns. So I will first show you inside the UI what is measures and what is calculated columns. So you see you have something called as new measure over here, right? So what is this measure? Let's understand it. So okay, and even before understanding the measures, I have written the first calculated column. So let's go and show you what is calculated column. So whenever you go to this table view, you will be able to see this new column feature also, right? See, we have new column. So what is this new column meaning? So whenever you create a new column, what will happen? That column will be stored in the physical layer. First, let's understand this. It will be stored in a physical layer of Power BI. That means it is going to occupy some memory inside the RAM. Okay, that is the first thing about new column. So whenever we create new column, it will hold the data. It will have some physical space in the entire memory stack. So now let's come over here. So what is calculated column? It evaluate row by row. First of all, that is also true. It takes some space in the RAM. That is also true. Calculate at data refresh. So for example, you have created a calculated column and you have changed your actual column, actual data, for example. But if you haven't refreshed that data, it will not be reflected into your calculated column. You have to refresh your original data, then only it will be show. It's stored in memory. So as I already talked about it, it is going to take some storage inside the RAM, and it does not react to slicers. Okay, now what is the meaning of slicers? Slicers are nothing but filters. it does not react to slicers. This point is not completely true. I will show you. Now what are measures? So let's talk about them. So as I shown you here, you have this new measure or quick measure, both are same. Now you see measures are nothing but these are also kind of calculated column or field only, but they are not going to take any storage inside the RAM. They are evaluated at runtime. So for example, you create a measure, you close your Power BI, so it is not going to hold any space in your memory. When you load your Power BI, and at that time when you are going to drag and drop the measure, let's suppose you created a measure, it will appear over here. Now it is not going to take any memory, it is not going to hold any data until and unless you are going to drag and drop it inside the report view. So it is going to be evaluated at a runtime. So when I say runtime meaning you drag and drop it over here, then only whatever formula or whatever DEX query you have written, at that time it is going to be executed. But when you create a new column, it is going to execute it at that time only. It is not going to be executed at runtime. So that is the difference between measure and column. Okay, now let's come over here. So same thing I have written, evaluated at query time, respond to filter and slicer, not stored in memory, and prefer for analytics. Okay, now let's take some example so that we can clarify this properly. Now for example, I need to create a calculated column called as product revenue. Okay, and for that I'm going to use this formula. Let's say I will say row sales amount. Okay, I'm going to create this. So I'm copy this formula and I will go here. I will create a new column. So just click on this. So see one bar come over here where you can write your DEX query. So you just paste this. Now what this say, row sales amount, this is my going to be the name of the column, equals to what I want from the sales table. So I have written sales and unit sold. So from the sales table, select the unit sold, this thing, unit sold, what unit sold column, and multiply it to product. So go inside the product table, we have this product table, see. So go inside the product table, and inside the product table we are grabbing the unit price. So we have this unit price. So multiply unit sold by unit price. Now when you multiply unit sold and unit price, what you are going to get? Obviously you are going to get the sales amount, right? So but if you see, I have written a related function also over here. Now what is related? I will talk about this in later video also, but just for a overview, I will say that related is nothing but it's going to do the calculation at each and every row level. Okay, this formula, entire formula which we are using, this and this, they don't have power that they can work on a row level, but related have this power. For now you can just understand in this way. I will talk it about later. And since we are using this related, now you see we are able to see this new field, row sales amount, and in each and every row we are able to see the data, right? So for sales ID is S001, row sales amount is 225. How we are getting it? We have unit sold 5, and from here we will have some unit price, we are multiplying it, and due to which we are able to see this number 225. And this is happening for each and every row, right? So we have created one calculated column, and this is taking memory inside your RAM. It is occupying some memory. All right, let me click OK. So this is we created. Okay, now let's take one more example. I will this time I will create a measure. Okay, so let's say I want to see the total sales, overall sales. Okay, here if you see, if you are going to add all these things, right, add all these things, you will be able to get the overall sales, right? That is the first thing, you can do it. So in order to do it, I will go over here. Now total sales, this Why this should be a measure and not calculated column? Just think about it. Calculated column, why? Because see, if you change your data, right, if you change, for example, if you add more rows, so obviously your total sales is going to differ. So in that case, do you want to store it in your memory, or do you want to calculate it at runtime? Obviously runtime, right? Because you can add or change these numbers may change, or you can add some extra rows also. So in that's why this should be a measure. So in order to create a measure, you can click here also, or if you go to table view from here also, you will have the option. When you go to home, you will have the this new measure. So let me click here and say new measure. Now let's say I will give the name as total sales, and that is going to be equal to, now this is measure I am creating. Okay, now we have already created this row sales, right? Row wise sales we have already calculated, right? What's the name we have given? Let me just track this row sales amount. So what if I say directly, there is a formula called as sum formula. So I will say sum of, and here I will directly put this row sales amount. So I will say row sales amount, and this is available inside this sales. Okay, so this particular column which we have calculated, it is available inside this sales table. So that's why it is sales of row sales amount. Let me click OK, and as soon as I do this, you see I got this total sales, which is, you see the difference here. We have like this is coming as a calculator option, that because it is a new measure, this is not a column, right? So now if I drag and drop it over here in the visual and hover my mouse, you see we have total sales of 5640, right? So this is how you create your measure inside the Power BI. Okay, now I will show you the another example, or you can say another way with which you can again see the total sales, and that example is this. So this time I'm going to, instead of using the sum formula, I'm going to use something called as sum x. Okay, so let's use this particular formula, sum x, and let's create one more new measure, and this time I will use this different formula, and let's give the name as total sales equals to. Okay, I have written, okay, let me give in this format, total sales. Okay, now you see this time I'm using sum x formula, and I will explain you what is the difference between sum and sum x. Okay, now here in the sum x I am writing first the table name, that is sales, and then within that table name I am taking the unit sold, and then I'm writing related, which is again going to iterate and going to since we have made the connection between product table and sales table, related function is going to help me to iterate through each and every unit price of the product table and going to multiply with this. So that's why I'm using related, and then we have this unit price, so I'm multiplying this. Okay, now when I say okay, and this is available, when I drag and drop it over here, you see this is the same value. We have tot sales same as total sales. Now you might ask, okay, then what is the difference between these two formula, sum x and sum? Now let me give you one more example. Now this time what I will do, I'm going to create a new measure once again, and this time I'm going to use this, let's say I will say this total sales 1 equals to, and this time I'm going to use this sum formula. Now you just think whatever we have done in this total sales, this particular measure, right? Let me click on this, and you see we have this total sales. Let me double click on this. You see this formula, we have total sales equal to summation of sales of row sales amount, and in the row sales amount we have individual amounts. And if you go to this row sales amount, double click on this, you see what we have done, we have taken the unit sold multiplied with the unit price, right? So if I go to this once again, this formula, see what I'm going to do in this summation. I'm going to take from the sales table, I'm going to take unit sold and I'm going to multiply it with, from the product table, I'm going to take the unit price, right? So I'm multiplying it, and that is what how I'm going to get the total sales, right? And I'm applying the sales formula. And as soon as I do this, I will say okay. And you see what error I'm seeing. It is saying the sum function only accept a column reference as an argument. Okay, so you might argue, okay, let's provide here, into I will say related function, and within the related, let's pass this, okay, and I will say okay. Now even if I do this, it is giving the same error. The sum function only accept a column reference as an argument. But as soon as I change this formula with sum x, okay, and here I just provide a sales comma this, it is going to start working. See, this is same formula we have used earlier. You see, I can show you. See, sum x sales and then this. Now you may argue, okay, let's remove this x and then use sum over here, and let me do this once again. You see, now it is saying too many argument. That means sum doesn't take this sales argument, it only takes this one. So let me remove this. That was the error, but still there is error. So what this error is saying, let me click on right click. Now the error will change. So this is saying that sum only accept a column reference as an argument. What is the meaning of it? Meaning is sum cannot work on a row level, right? Even though related is going to first go and relate our sales with the product and going to work individually on a row level, sum function doesn't work on a row level, and that's why we need sum x. Okay, but let's suppose if you have this row sales amount, for each and every row you have calculated the amount, then you can do the normal summation of all the amounts, it will work. But if you have from multiple tables, if you want to do the aggregation on a row wise level, sum won't work. That's why we need sum x. So how this was working, see here in this first way, we have used some formula, but we are saying sales of row sale amount. So it is going inside this calculated field, and it is doing summation of entire field. It is not going row by row and then doing it. It is taking all the things and adding it in just one go. So that is how sum work. But sum x can iterate, so it is a iterator, it can iterate through each and every row. Okay, and that's why sum x was working. I hope this is now clear, right? All right, so here is the, you can say, summary I have written. Calculated column do not recalculate. That is the first thing. Calculated column, we have created one calculated column, which is this row sales amount. So it doesn't recalculate unless and until we refresh the data, right? Once you have calculated field, you store the data, that's it, done. But Power BI can still filter row where these value exist, whereas measure recalculate at logic itself. So if you apply filter, it is going to work on the calculated column as well as the measure, if you apply the filter. But the difference is measure recalculates the logic, as we have discussed. Whenever you create a measure inside the Power BI, it is going to work on a runtime, so it will recalculate again and again whenever you drag and drop that field inside the view, else it is going to keep ideal. All right, so that was the measure versus calculated columns. Now let's move toward the next topic, which is row context and iterators. So we have already seen this sum x. Similarly, we have average x, min x, max x, these are the formulas. Now what is row context? Let's understand this. Row context means DEX is evaluating one row at a time. The definition we have already seen. So you can think of it as a current row pointer, right? For example, if you have this table, now when DEX is in row context, it evaluates row 1, then row 2, then row 3. If it is in a row context, meaning row wise row calculation is going on, right? So you understood why, here our sum failed and we have to use sum x formula. And if you are using the sum formula, then you need to have one calculated column where already sums are present, right? Then only you can use this sum formula. So that we have already understood, right? Now we need to also understand what are iterators. So iterators, when I say iterators, are nothing but they can create row context automatically. Remember, we have only two contexts, row context and filter context. So whenever you want a row context, meaning you are looking just one row, in that case you need a iterator. Okay, so iterators are basically can create a row context automatically. Okay, and they can go row by row, they can evaluate an expression, and then they can aggregate the result like sum x. So these are some iterators we have: sum x, average x, max x, min x, the example which I was talking about, right? All right, now if you see how this works, this example which we have taken, this sum x sales one example, right? How this works basically, see, so sum x basically nothing but it's an iterator. So it is going to iterate over each row of sales, because we have written sum x of sales. So we have sales table. On the entire sales table, sum x is going to iterate one by one, right? Then we have something called as sales of units sold, right? This one, sales of units sold. So from the sales table, we have one column called as units sold. So it is going to refer the unit sold of a current row, right? Because sum x can iterate through row by row, we can grab each and every row. So from this particular column, we are going to grab the first row, and then we are using this related. So remember I said I'm going to talk it about later. So this is what we are doing. Related is basically going to fetch price from the product table. And why we have to use related? Because we have a relationship between sales and product table, right? Remember, in the modeling view, we have connected these two tables. So what is happening? Basically, we are connecting this sales table with product table, and related is going to grab the data from this product table. And within the product table, what data we are grabbing? We are grabbing the unit price, right? And unit price, since we have used sum x, it is going to take row by row, and then we are multiplying it simply and returning the result, right? And sum x also going to aggregate the data finally. So you are going to see the whole data, right? So basically related works only when row context exists. Remember this. Related, this particular formula which we have used, related, this is only going to work when we have the row context available and not the filter context. This is very important. Okay, remember guys, whenever we this point is you need to remember, because this, you are going to make this kind of mistakes when you write DEX queries. So whenever you have row context available, then only this related function or related formula works. Else, if you have the filter context, meaning you are seeing the, let's suppose 10 rows at a time, then this related function you can't use it. So that's why related was not working with sum, but it is working with sum x. All right, now, and also, yeah, there are some things are written over here. It works in the calculated column, it works inside sum x, right? It fails in the plain measure without iterators. So since sum doesn't have the iterator, sum x is iterator, that's why it was failing, right? So yeah, and this is the summary of row context and filter context, right? Now let's talk about this filter context and calculate little bit. Okay, now what is filter context? We have already seen. Filter context is nothing but set of rows that are visible because of, maybe slicers, filters, row column individuals, or page report filters, right? Any kind of filters or slicers. So right now you understood what is filters, But if you're not able to understood slicers, so let me first explain you the slicers. So when you go to your visual, and in the visual you see this is the visual, you hover your mouse, this is called as slicer. So slicers are also nothing but filter only. Let me show you one example. I click on this, so this kind of slicer will appear over here. Now let's say I want to create a slicer or maybe filter for, if I go inside the product, we have category. So I drag and drop category over here. You see now how many categories we have: accessory, devices, gadget, gizmos and tool. Let's say if I click on tools, now as soon as I click on these tools, you see the data for this and this also got changed. We have 660 total sales for tools, right? And when I uncheck this, you see we have total sales of 5640. So this is called as slicers. They are nothing same as filters only. Okay, that is the simple concept, but you can create this slicer with the help of this particular icon. Cool. Now let's come over here. So that is the filter context we understood. Now let's take an example of I have already given the example as well. All right, now what is calculate? Okay, let's understand this function, calculate function. So calculate is a function we have inside the Power BI which can modify the filter context. Okay, remember this. This can modify the filter context, meaning if you are in the row filter, it can go to if you are into the row filter, it can go into the if you are into the row context, you can go to the filter context with the help of calculate, and if you are inside the filter context, you can come back to row context with the help of calculate. So it is this. So you can think of it as a recalculate this expression under a different filter rules. Let's take an example. Let's say I want to see the enterprise sales. Okay, so show me sales only for enterprise customers. So if you go over here, you see we have different type of customers. Here we have the segment. If I drag and drop it over here, you see we have two segment, enterprise segment and SMB segment. So I only want to see the sales of sales of enterprise customer. For example, I have already drag and drop this. Now let's say if I put total sales, I have this here, total sales. You can drag and drop it over here. Now you see for enterprise we have 2565 as a sales. For SMB we have 3075 as a sales. And I only want to see the sales for enterprise. Okay, so one thing, like you can apply a filter over here, right? This is one way you can do it. So for example, you go over here and then take this segment, maybe let's say create a slicer and then put segment inside it, drag and drop it over here, and let's click on enterprise and see now it is, you are able to see it for enterprise. But same thing I'm going to show you with the help of DEX query. So let's write it. So I have written over here, calculate is going to work in this way. The syntax is this: it will take one expression followed by filters. So you can not only give one filter, you can provide multiple filters also. So let's use this particular formula. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create a new measure. Now see why this again going to be measure, because I don't want to save this into my disk. I want to be calculated at runtime, so that if any data will change, this enterprise or SMB, it will change, right? So that's why it is going to be the new measure. So let's click on this and put the formula. So see what it say: enterprise sales equal to calculate, and inside the calculate what we are passing total sales first. So we have already calculated this measure which is called as total sales. So this is another measure we are using, another measure which is total sales inside it. So that was the expression, right? You can not only pass the measure, you can pass any expression. So this is expression we are passing for total sales, and then we are passing a filter. And what is the filter? We are saying customer segment should be equal to enterprise. That's it. And we are saying calculate. Now I will talk in a bit later how it is going to work internally, but let me commit this. And you see we have enterprise sales. Let me drag and drop it over here. Okay, enterprise sales maybe here. And as soon as I do this, just hover my mouse, you see I have 2565. I can clearly see it, right? So same thing I have done with the help of DEX query. Now let's go and understand how it internally works. See, so we have this visualization created, right? Now let me show you. Yeah, okay, let's take one more example, example number 2, with the multiple filters, and then maybe I can show you how it works. So let's say region is south, but we want always show north region sales. Okay, so what I will do, I'm going to copy this query. This is not a multiple filter example, this is normal example. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create another new measure. Okay, Control V. So see, I want to only see the north sales. Okay, so that's why I created this measure where I'm saying total sales we have, and from the customer I just wanted to see the total sales of north region. Let's click on this. So this north sales got created. Now let me create another page. This page was full. Now I'm going to drag and drop this over here. Hover my mouse, you see for north I have only 1225 sales. Now let's say if I want to see sales for each and every region, so what I can do, I can drag and drop region over here. So we have 4 region, and let's put this total sales over here. So you see I can verify this for north 1225, right? So for north 1225 we have. Now let's say if I put a slicer or filter, I click on slicer or filter, both are same actually, and I'm going to put this region inside this. And now you see if I select east, do you see from here it is only showing me for east, but when I hover my mouse over here, see it is still showing me for the north, even though in the slicer I have selected east. And why is that? Let's understand this. Because you know we are using this calculate, and inside the calculate we have set our filter as north, so this can override the slicer selection. So calculate has this option, it can override the slicer selection. Even though in the slicer we are selecting east region, it is overriding it, because we have already fixed that we are only want to see the customer region equal to north, right? So basically calculate replaces existing filter on region. It has higher priority than slicers, right? Now let's take one more example. I'm going to only see the enterprise north sales. So this time I'm going to copy this. Now I'm going to apply 2 filters. One filters for the segment enterprise, another region north. So let's calculate this once again, a new measure. Let's put it. So this time I'm saying total sales is my thing, and I want to see, and I want to apply a filter on customer customer segment and then customer region. Let's click OK. Okay, so we have this enterprise north sales. Let me put it over here. So you see it is only 345. How we can confirm it? Very simple. You take this first region. Let me put region over here. Okay, and I'm going to unfilter this. So we have all the regions. Now I'm going to take the segment, drag and drop it over here. So you see we have all the segment, but wait, we want enterprise only, right? Yeah, so that is fine. And then what I need total sales. So I'm going to put this total sales over here. All right, now you see for enterprise north, right? So for enterprise north it is 345. When I hover my mouse over here, see it is coming as 345. So this is how I can see it and verify it. Now, so this visualization we have created. Now this is what we need to understand. Slicer sets context, calculate changes the context, and measure reacts to that context. So since we are using the calculate over here, see for this north sales or for enterprise north sales, even though if you change, let's say, slicer to maybe east, see all the things are gone, but here since we were using the calculate, it is not changing because calculate changes the context. So it change the context. Slicer set the context, so slicer said east, but calculate changes the context, so it changes to north, and measures react to the context. So whatever measure you have created, it is going to work accordingly. Okay, so that was the case over here. So you understood how this calculate is working. Calculate is working on the entire data set, right? And it is changing the context. If you are in a filter context, it is changing to row context. If you are in a row context, it can change to filter context, right? Now let's come to the next topic, that is all and filter removal. So till now we have talked about filters, how we can change the context, what is row context, what is filter context. But now let's suppose if you want to remove some filters from your data, sometimes we require this, right? So that's why we need this all and filter removal. So let's talk about this, why filter removal is needed. So by default, let's suppose if you have slicers, visuals, row columns, or filter the data, but sometimes business questions need ignore some filters but keep others. So for example, if you have 10 filters but business requires you need to remove 5 filters and keep 5 filters, in that case this things is required. Okay, so what does all do? All remove filters from specified column or table. So in the all, let's suppose if you have 5 filters, if you apply all to 2 filters, so it is going to remove the 2 filters from the 2 column or 2 tables, right? So this is how syntax. When you say all table, it is going to remove all filters from the table. If you say all column, so it is going to remove the filter only from that column. When you say all except, it remove but keep some filters. When you say all except, so here you pass which thing you need to accept, right? When you say all selected, that means it is going to keep slicer context, right? So it is going to keep slicer context, but it is going to remove all the filters, but slicer context will be remain, right? When you say all selected, right? Cool. Now let's take some of the example. Let's say I want to see percentage of total sales, coming from different region. So this is the question, what percent of company sales comes from each region? And for that we have this particular DEX formula. So let me copy this and put it over, create a new measure. I can paste it over here. Now you see, I want to see the region wise total percentage sales, and for that I have used this formula. Now let's understand how this formula works. See, we have the sales for current region, right? So we are saying the total sales, this is for the current region, whatever region you set. Okay, for example, if you haven't set any region, it will show you for all the regions. So that first of all we are getting this total sales. We are using a function called as divide because we want to see the percentage. Now divide is going to do like what we are going to divide. We are going to divide this total sales with this second value, and let's evaluate what is this second value. So first we will have the sales, and the denominator, you see we are using the calculate. So this is comma, after comma we have the denominator, whole is denominator. Now what we are doing inside the denominator, we are saying calculate what? total sales, comma, I'm saying all customer region, right? So when you say all, and what you are passing a column. So what it will do, it is going to remove filters only from that column, right? So I'm saying from the region column, you need to remove all the filters. That means all the regions should be present, right? And you are going to calculate the total sales on top of that. And then what we are going to do, we are going to divide by the total sales. So first we will have the total sales, and then with the help of calculate, we are going to calculate what, region wise total sales, right? And then total sales, we are dividing it by the region wise sales. So for example, total sale is 100, but for north region the sale is 30. So 100 divided by 30 is going to give you the percentage. You can multiply this by 100 to get it in an actual percentage, right? Cool. So this is what the formula is. Now if I go over here and you commit this, and let me go to new page. So what name we have given? We have given the name region percentage total sales, right? So you have this. Let me drag and drop it over here. Or what I can do, I'm going to create a donut chart, and in this donut I'm going to put region. So we have region inside the legends. So east, north, south, west, and region percentage sales I'm going to put inside the values. So now you see, let me expand this and go to the focus mode. So you see we have 29.79% of total sales coming from the west region, which is our biggest region. Then we have east region, 24.56% sales coming from here. Then we have south region, 23.94% sales coming from that region, and then from north region 21.72% sales are coming. So this is how you can interpret this. Now here what we have learned, like if you have some filters already applied, with the help of this calculate and all, see we are using all, so you can remove the filters, and then calculate is going to change the context so that you can grab the total sales without having any filter. Now point to remember is all and calculate always are going to work together. Okay, so see I have written here why calculate is required. So without calculate, all cannot modify the context. So right, if you want to go and see on a row level wise, right, why row level wise, remember we need a total sales, right? So in order to get the total sales, you need to go on each and every row. By the way, we have already calculated this total sales, so that's why it is not required. But even though if you need it, you can do it, right? So that's why we require both these things. Without calculate, all cannot modify the context. Calculate is required to modify the context, right? And filter removal won't apply. All always works with calculate, right? So whenever there is going to be all, you need to use the calculate also. Let's take one more example. Okay, it will be then more clear. Let's say for example global ranking I want to calculate. Now what is this global ranking? I want to rank my product by total sales across all the regions. So I'm going to use this product sales ranking. Let me copy this and go over here, and maybe I can do this. Okay, just give me a second. All right, so now I'm going to create a new measure, and I'm going to copy paste this. So now this time see what I'm using rank X, and remember whenever you write X, that means it can work on a row level wise. It is nothing but this thing which we have learned. See over here, here. So it is a iterator, it can go and iterate on a row level wise, right? So let's come here once again. Right, so we have created product sales rank. So we are saying we need to do the ranking, that's why this rank is required. Now we are saying rank X, that means we need to do ranking row wise. Now here what I'm saying all products product name. So whenever I am going to use all, that means it is going to remove all the filters from the product name. So I don't want any filter on the product name, and I need a total sales, which is I already have, and I want a descending order. And this dense I have used, so dense is going to give you the ranking, right? Since you are using this rank X, dense is going to give you unique ranking 1 2 3 dense, right? So dense ranking we are using. So this is how it works, it is going to create a ranking. Now let me commit this. If you come over here, how it works, you can read this. See, all is going to remove product filter and then makes ranking global. Then we have total sales, which is going to evaluate per product, and then we have descending highest sales rank 1, and then dense means no gaps in ranking. So this is how it's going to work. Let me cut this, and we have this product sales rank. Let me drag and drop it over here. So you see right now it is only showing one rank, but we want to see product wise ranking. So let's put product also, where we have product. Inside the product, here we have product name. So let me drag and drop it over here, and I can go to focus mode. And now you see we have product number accessory B product name, which is on a 18th rank, and from left to right this is on the first rank. What is the first rank? We have widget D as our product name, which is on a first rank, right? Now let's say if I want to see the sales value also, so I can put total sales in this, and you see now this widget D is having highest sales, and that's why it is on rank 1. See, this is still on rank 1. See, it has the highest sales, and that's why it is on rank 1, and that's what we wanted, right? If you see this measure properly, let me click on this. You see we are removing the filters from the product name, we are grabbing the total sales wise ranking, right? That's what we wanted to see. So this is clear. Now this is, we have the global filter. Now when I let me put this thing, what I will do, I will take the region as a slicer or anything. Let's say if I click on slicer, this is filter, and I'm going to put region inside it. Now let me put region inside it. Okay, now right now we have widget D on the first rank. Now let me select any filter. If I select east, and as soon as I do this, do you see now on my rank 1 I have tech basics, because this east has already removed that previous, like what we have. We click on this, yeah, widget B, that product is not available inside the east region. So when you click east, tech basic is available, and that is on the rank 1. So this slicer or filter is changing the overall your ranking if you are applying this. Now let's say if I create this, okay, I will say global product sales rank, and this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to use calculate also with all. So let me create once again this new measure. Okay, I'm going to paste this. Now you see the difference is, here I'm saying remove the filters from product, but this time I'm saying calculate. So when you are going to use this calculate, so remember calculate, why it is used, it can remove the, see here we have seen calculate cannot work on slicers. So calculate can change the, see we have written calculate can change the context, right? It can change the context. So even though if you are going to apply the context from here, since you are going to use this calculate, it is not going to work now. Okay, so let me show you. uh, we are using the calculate over here, and then here we are saying all customer region. So we are saying remove all the filters from the region, and now once we apply this region, it is not going to work. So let me check this. Okay, and this time first I will uncheck it. So this was the first earlier one, this one global product sales ranking, and this time what we have created this global product sales rank, right? Global product sales rank. Earlier what we have, earlier we have product sales rank only. So this one was, this is the product sales rank. Now let me drag and drop global product sales rank, and then we have this products. So let me put product name also here. So we have this, and then also sales amount, total sales, right? Let me put it over here. So now you see, let me do in this way. Alright, so now you see here we have widget D 620 is the total sales. Here also we have widget D 620 is the total sales. This is on a rank 1, right? So we have same data, but the difference is here we have used the calculate function. Here we haven't used the calculate function. So now when you say east, you say, see here it got changed to tech basics, but here still widget B is on, you know, the on the first rank. Now the data for which sales is not available inside the east region, they are gone, they are not displayed, but the ranking haven't changed. Ranking wise we are still the same, but here it is got changed. Why? Because here we haven't used calculate. So whenever you are changing the context, see from here what you are doing, you are changing the context, right? Earlier it was the whole context. When you say row wise context, earlier it was there, but when you click on east, you are setting the filter context, right? So when you click on east, it is set as filter context. But since here you have set the filter context, since you have used calculate over here, it is changing once again to row wise context or row context. So calculate can change the context. That was the overall theme we have, right? So that's it. I hope you are able to understand little bit about DAX. If you are not able to understand, I recommend to repeat this lecture once again, so that you will get the idea. These are our foundation of DAX. If you master this, you are not going to suffer, you know, for the business scenario questions, which we are going to take in the further lectures. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture number 6. In the previous lecture, we have seen the row context, filter context. We have also seen the difference between measure versus calculated columns. And then we have also seen the all and percentage of total to remove the filters. In this video, we are going to continue this DAX series. This is part 2, where we are going to learn about the time intelligence, variables, ranking inside the groups, and then virtual tables. So without wasting so much time, let's get started. What I have done, on the same data set, we are going to perform this. So this data set I have already connected, and you are aware of this data set, right? We have calendar, customer, product, and sales table. I have already done the data modeling part, and now we will continue with the same thing. So first of all, let's start with the time intelligence. What is time intelligence type of DAX we have inside the Power BI? So it's a very simple concept, though the name looks very scary. Don't worry. Time intelligence is nothing but it allows you to compare values across the time. So let's say you want to find out, the sales per month wise, or maybe, per year wise, per quarter wise. So at that time, time intelligence comes into the picture. For example, if I want to find out sales with respect to year, okay, till the date, whatever I have sales, I need to find it out till year date, okay. So that is my question. Now in order to do that, how I can do this, I will use this particular expression where I'm saying sales YTD equals to calculate total sales, date as YTD, and calendar of date. Now how it works basically, so this date dates ytd, this is a function with the help of which we can create a virtual date range. Now virtual date range, I want in my calendar, I have already date columns, right? This. So with respect to that, I need a virtual, or basically you can say dates. So that's why I have used, in this function I have passed this date column. So this function is going to help me to create the virtual date range. Then I have used calculate over here, that is my main function, and within this calculate function I have given this total sales. So remember, calculate, it is going to apply it as a filter, right? Remember, calculate is going to use as a filter. So it is going to get the total sales on this particular date range only, nothing more than that, nothing less than that, right? Only on this particular dates I want to see my total sales, right? So that's a simple formula. Let me copy this and we will go inside our Power BI and I will create a new measure. And let me paste this. So this is sales YTD, meaning year to date, and let me commit this. Okay, now the type of visualization we can make is, let me pull this first, sales YTD, let me put it over here. So you see, till the date we have overall sales of 5640, and even though if you don't put it, if you only take the total sales, here we have, it is going to give you the same value 5640. So why this is also giving the same value? Because this is sales till the date, right? So if you add all the date, all the sales, it is going to give you the same value. But if I put date inside this, and now you see I have this Friday January 3 2025 sales was 225. On January 14 sales was 385, then we have 585, and till the date means till the time we have 26 June 2025 till the date, and this is 5640. So it is adding all the sales and it is giving the result, aggregated result. So this is how you can find it out. You can show this information with the help of line chart also. Let me click on this line chart, and now you see you have this sales, then this sales, and finally aggregating the final sales is 5640, right? So this is how you calculate this thing. Let's go to the next example. Let's say now I want to find out a rolling 3-month sales, meaning the last 3 months what is the rolling sales. This information is needed sometime by businesses, because they want to see, okay, in past 3 month or past quarter how they are performing. So that's why they want a rolling 3-month sales. So every 3 month, every back 3 month, they want to check the sales. So again, how we can do this? Again, I'm going to use this calculate. I need total sales. Then this time I'm going to use this date sign period. Now this particular function is going to take this date first of all, and then this takes other arguments also. So I'm going to give you the max of calendar date. So I wanted to find out max of calendar date first of all. So whatever the maximum date we have inside our date, I'm going to get that, and I only want 3 maximum dates, that's it. So for example, if this month is, let's say this is December, so it is going to give me December, November and October, right? So that is the 3 max month I want, and I want only month, that's why month is passed. Simple. Now let me copy this and I will go to new measure, and paste this. So we have sales last 3 months, enter it, and in terms of chart, I can show you the chart, right, for with the help of line chart. So let's take this once again. I have this sales last 3 months. Okay, what else I can take? I can take maybe date here is fine, total sales, sales YTD and sales last 3 months, right? Let's compare all the value. Let's first put the date, convert it to line chart. Now I'm going to put total sales also here, and I'm going to put this sales YTD as well, and there you go. Now we are going to compare all these parameters: sales last 3 months, total sales, and sales YTD. So this sky blue color, this one, see, this is our sales last 3 months. Then we have total sales, which is this. You see, we have total sales, it is a fixed value, right? If you see the blue one, we have total sales 160, 200, right? For each and every month it is changing, right? And finally you will have, values for sales YTD 5640. Total sales, we have, why total sales is saying 360? Okay, so for that month we have the total sales as 360. And then finally if you compare this one, sales last 3 months, so it is 3065. Why? Because it has taken the April, May, June sales, adding it up, and then it is showing 3056. When you go one step down, and also let's verify this. So what I can do, I can put this date over here, and I can put total sales over here. Okay, and maybe inside the date let's put only month. We don't require whole date. So you see we have month wise sales. Now let's verify this. At the very end we have last 3 months sales, which is 3065. So last 3 months meaning June, May, and April. So June, May, and April, right? So when you add this, let me open the calculator, right? So we have this June, May, and April, right? So June 1285 plus May 1120 plus we have April 660. So see, it is coming as 3065, and that's what value we are seeing inside this last 3 months, 3065. Similarly, when you go 1 month back, for example here, so now you have sales 2955 because it is adding March, April, and May, right? So this is how we are able to see previous 3 months sales, right? Cool. Now that was clear to us. So the takeaway over here is like time intelligence is like filtering date range dynamically, and always use calculate, because calculate is going to act as a filter, right? Now let's come to the variables part. What is variable? So if you have learned any programming language or even SQL, you know what is variable. So variables are nothing but it's a kind of space inside the memory with the help of which you can just store some information, right? So here also, like we are writing dex, which is nothing but a kind of programming only. Now dex are kind of, if you use the variables, you can make them more look good. For example, if I take this, if I use without any variable and I want to find it out product sales percentage. Okay, so different products, how much they are contributing in sales as a percentage, I want to, let's find it out. So what is the formula for it? See, the formula is simple. You need total sales, and then you need to divide that total sales by sales of individual products. So for individual products, I'm going to use this calculate total sales, and when I say all products, so I see this calculate is going to create a iterator, so I can go and iterate through all these products and I can get their total sales, right? So when I say total sales, so product wise sales, right? And total sales I will be dividing with this. Why? Because I'm using this divide function, in which I have this first parameter total sales and then second parameter as individual sales price, product sales price, right? So I will get this product sales percentage. Now this looks good, right? This is not a wrong, this looks good. Let me just copy this and show you. I will go here and create maybe new measure. So yeah, let's put this. We have total sales percentage. Let me enter it. and total sales percentage, I'm going to put it over here. Now I want to see product wise, so we have product table, and from product I'm going to take the product name over here. And you see now widget D is contributing 0.11% in the total sales, widget B same 0.11, whereas device 2 it is giving 0.10, 0.08 tech plus, and so on and so forth, right? You have for all. The last product is only contributing 0.03% of the total sales, right? We get this. But same information you can write in this way also with the help of variable. Now with the help of variable, what I'm doing, I'm saying, see, product sales percentage with variable, this is the measure name I'm giving, equals to, now I'm saying VAR current sales. So that is, VAR stands for variable. Now I want to store some information inside the variable, so I will use this variable syntax. Then I will write the name of the variable, which is current sales. So in the current sales I'm going to store the total sales, okay? And then I have another variable called as all sales, and in all sales I'm going to calculate the sales of the individual product. And then it's simple, I'm going to divide my current sales and all sales. So that's why I'm saying return divide current sales comma all sales. So this is, right now, see, this example is very, you can say easy example, but when you write a complex DEX query, at that time when you are going to use the variables, it makes your life easier, right? For this example you might see, oh, with the help of variables it is going, like looks like complicated than this, but no, it's not actually. You are using the variables to store different information. So for example, you see, you have this big expression. Now this expression can be even more bigger, but you will store that entire information in just one variable, and then finally you use that variable to return anything or do any operation if you want to do it, right? So with the help of this also you will get the same information. Let me go over here, I will delete this one, remove, I will create a new measure. And this time you see I'm saying giving the name product sales percentage with variable. Let me enter this. All right, and we have that information over here with variable. Let me put it over here, and then also product name, and you see 0.11, 0.11, 0.10, and so on and so forth, right? We have same information. Last one is we have accessory A 0.02%, accessory A 0.02%. So same information but in a different way. With the help of variable you will change your syntax like this, without variable it will look like this. So that was the concept of variables. Let's move forward. Now we have ranking inside the groups. Now what does this mean? So for example, if you have some group and you want to, let's suppose, rank it. For example, let's say if I give you want to rank your product category wise, okay? Product, if you have multiple products, you want to rank them category wise. So first of all you have to rank the product, and then you have to rank them category wise. So it becomes basically ranking inside the group, right? So this is the, let's suppose, question, rank products within each category and not globally, right? So sales wise we don't have to say, okay, product number 1 is coming on 1, product number 2 is coming on 2, because sales of the product number is high, sales of product 2 is on second number. We don't want to do this ranking globally, but what we have to do, let's suppose, say, first of all we have to identify the category. So let's suppose categories are 3 ABC. Now within the ABC, if you have products, so within that category I want to rank them sales wise. So this is what I want to do, let's suppose. So how I can do that? Again, you first have to use this rank X. Why rank not and why rank X? Because this X is going to give you the flexibility so that you can iterate on each and every row. This is going to create a iterator or iterator. Then I am using this filter where I'm saying, see this all products. So I need first all products, and then inside the product I have the category where I need to find it out the max product category. Okay, so first I will filter the max product category, and then I want to rank them by sales wise in descending order, and dense I'm using so that it will give the ranking. So how it works, basically all products remove product filter. When you say all products, it is going to remove the filter, but here you, if you see, we are adding the filter. So filter, why we are adding? Because we want to see only the current category, right? That's why we are adding this filter. When you say all products, it is going to remove the filter. See, all is used to remove the filters, you know this, right? But we are using filters so that whatever the current category we have from this, we can have this particular category. For example, if category is A, so filter is going to apply on category A, and within category A, what are the different products at which position, we will get to know sales wise, right? So let me copy this and let me create a new page. I will create a new measure and paste this formula. So we have product ranked by category, and now I'm going to take, this category and product and total sales and product ranked by category to show you, right? And this time I will take a matrix or anything. See, this is the matrix. Actually it's similar as table, but you will get the values in rows and column format. Same as table. You can choose anything. Let's say click on table only, and what we want to get is, we want to first get the category and products, right? So we have this category, let me put it over here. So you see we have this 5-6 categories, and then we have products. So let's put product name. Now in this category we have these many products, all right? And then what we want total sales and product rank by category. So let's put product rank by category first. That is the measure we have created. So I will put this, and now you see we are getting this ranking. So see, inside the category accessory, first of all, how many product we have inside the accessory? We have 3 products, A, B, C. So which one is at top? C, product name C, inside this accessory category, it is on the top. Accessory A product is on the second ranking, and accessory B is on the third ranking. And why is that so? Because accessory C within this accessory category is having highest sales, and in order to prove that, let's put total sales over here. And as soon as I do this, you see we have 200 for accessory B. For accessory C. For accessory B, we are not able to see any sales. Why is that so? So answer is hidden inside your data. When you go to your table view, let me show you. Let's go to the product. So these are our categories, right? So here we have accessories where we have 15, 20, 25 are unit price. When unit price going to combine with unit sales, we are going to get the total sales. Now here we have the category. Now when you go to sales, you see we have unit sold, so that is going to be give us this amount, right? Now once again let's come to visualization, where we have product name, right? So for product name, once again we need to go to product table only. So you see we have this product name and category. Now inside the accessories, you see we have accessory A, accessory B, accessory C, and their product IDs are P016, P017 and P018. Now we are not able to see for accessory B because that is inside this product ID P017. Now this product ID, if it is not available inside the sales, you will not be able to see the data for this P017. Let's verify it. So when I go to sales, you see we have this product ID. Do you see P017 over here? P017 is not there, right? P07 is there. Let's come back once again in the products. Do we have P016 and P018? Let's verify. Go to sales. P018 and P016, yes, we do have, and that's why we are able to see the data, this 200 and 105. But let's say if that entry will be available over here, so yes, in the visualization you will be able to see this ranking. So since this is not available, Power BI is assuming that this is going to be on rank 3 because the data is not available. So it is assuming kind of 0 or something like that, right? So this is how you can see within each category what is your products and what is their ranking sales wise, total sales wise, right? I hope you are able to understood. Great. Now what is the takeaway? Ranking inside group is equal to nothing but you have to use filter plus all, and this is very common interview problem as well. In interviews, if you go, they ask this kind of question. Now next we have something called as virtual tables. Now this is a concept where you have actual tables. When you connect your data, you will have actual table. Now virtual table sometimes required if you have to do some quick calculation as well as some complex calculation. Now this kind of DAX is becomes SQL when you are going to learn SQL, or if you know about SQL already, in the SQL also we have something called as concept of virtual tables. So these are same in the Power BI also. Don't worry if you don't know about this concept, because when we are going to learn about SQL, there also we will learn. Let's first understand virtual tables with respect to Power BI. So we have the virtual tables, and these are tables created inside the measure. So whenever you create a measure, the table will be created inside the measure, and they are not stored in the model. When I say model, meaning you go to the data model, you will not be able to see the tables over here, right? Because these are your physical tables. These are your physical tables, but whenever we create virtual tables, they are only going to be stored inside the measures, right? And not here. So they are not going to take any space inside the ROM, but they are only going to take the space inside the RAM, right? And as soon as you remove them, it is going to removed. Now let's say I want, let's take this example. I want to see top 3 product by sales. Okay. So top 3 product by sales. When I say this, how you can see it, let me just drag and drop this over here. Let's put it over here. Now I will say product name, total sales, and let me remove the filter. And you see, I want to see the top 3 product by sales, right? Right now I have this products and the sales, but if you identify the highest sales we are having for widget D 620, then widget B, and maybe something else, this 460, right? Tech Plus. So these are my top 3 products. I only want to see them. One way is you created this and then you put inside the filter. So what I will do, you put this total sales inside the filter. See, you have these filters over here, so let's put it over here, and you select over here, and you will go to is less than, is greater than, or maybe let me put total sales over here. Okay, I will remove this one. Is greater than equal to, let's say, if I see here, I'm not able to directly put the values, like I'm not able to select the top n filters, right? though we should have this. um, let's say right now if I say only greater than 400, I will apply filter, and as soon as I do this, okay, all 400s are removed. I want to see is greater than 400, apply filter, and you see we have this. And even though here we have 620, 600, and then 540, these are our device 2, widget B and widget D, these are our top 3 products. But here you can do this filtering, but I directly want to see this product, so again I can create a DAX query for that, and it looks like this. So this time you see I'm using the variable so that it will looks more good. Now this is my measure name, I'm saying top 3 product sales equal to, and then I have this variable top products equal to. Now you, if you are saying why I'm writing this equals to then this equal to, so the structure is like this. Whenever you are going to use this, variables and then measure names, so this is how you should write it. You will have the measure name followed by variable name, and then you will have return and then expression. So that's why I have written in this way. Let me copy this and then I will explain you. I create a new measure. So remember, my goal is I want to see top 3 products by sales. So I have written top 3 product sales. Then I'm using variable called as top products. So this is where I'm going to get the top products. Now I'm using this top n formula. So top n is going to act as a filter. It is going to give you, now here I have written 3. If you write 5, it is going to return you top 5 products, but I want only to see top 3 products. Then I'm using summarize. So summarize is going to summarize what? It is take the product tables, from product table it is going to take the product name, and then from product sales it is going to take the total sales, and it is going to summarize what? It is going to take the product name, it is sales, product name it is corresponding sales, another product name it is corresponding sales. So it is going to summarize that information, and we will have finally products, and we want to summarize this information with respect to product sales in descending order. So we will have highest product sales, and then that corresponding product name on the top, then second highest a sales amount corresponding to that product name, and so on and so forth in descending order. So summarize is going to just give me a virtual table. So remember this, okay, this is going to give me that virtual table, right? And this virtual table is going to be stored inside this measure only. So we will have, with respect using the summarize, we will get our virtual table. And then finally what I'm saying, return, but what I have to return, I have to return sum x of top products comma product sales. Why sum x? Remember, now since we have this virtual table, what I have to do, I have to iterate through all the virtual table and only need to get what? I only need to get top 3. See here, this particular till here, right, till here we are going to get what? We are going to get the table, virtual table. Now within that virtual table I only want top 3 products in the descending order we have. Now we only want to grab the top 3 products. So that's why inside the top n I'm saying 3, and then sum x what it is. So till here you are going, since you have written top 3, so this top n is now going to filter those top 3 records, and it is going to return that those top 3 records. Now what is, why I have used sum x? So sum x is going to iterate through all these records, because this is not sum, this is sum x, so it can iterate, and it is going to give you the top products with respect to their sales, right? So it is one by one going to return those rows, right? So let's save this, and now if I'm going to use this top 3 product sales over here, and if I put the product name over here, right? You see we have this product 620, then 600, like this, right? Top 3 product sales, top 3 product sales. See, you have this particular in descending order, this one, then this one, then this one, right? So this is how you can get the your top products, right? Now this is clear. So yeah, I have written how it works also. Summarize is going to create the, that group table, or basically virtual table. Top n is going to filter the top 3, and then sumx is going to aggregate the result, right? So this is clear, right? uh, I have written more explanation also. You see, you can read it about it. So now since this is clear, let's go and solve some more questions so that it will be solidified at your end. So for that, what I'm going to do, let me take another example of this data. First of all, I will save this. Okay, and I'm going to cancel this, and let me once again open the Power BI. And this time I'm going to take another data set where I can practice it. So I will say blank report. And let's quickly connect to the data. So if you see, we have this restaurant data, and we are going to load that restaurant data. So yes, we have these 4 data sets. Let me connect all of them one by one. So you see, we have loaded this data: calendar, customers, order, and restaurant. Let's go to the table view and let's verify it once. So in the calendar, we have date, year, month number, and quarter, which looks good. No need to do any transformation over here. Let's go to customers table. Here you see it is not able to identify the columns properly, and it has given its own name. So we need to change this. And in orders, it looks good. In restaurants, same thing. Data is correct, but headers is not correct. So let's go to home and say transform data. Again, it is going to load the Power Query editor where we can do whatever transformation is required. So yes, in restaurants, it is required to change the columns. I will go to transform. I will say use first row as header. And as soon as I do this, you see this is corrected. Order is already fine. Customer, yes, we need to change this. And calendar is already fine. That's it. Let's go to home, say close and apply. Okay, so it is applying all those transformations. Cool. Now we can come to our data modeling view. We can first need to connect all this data so that we can start doing the analysis on that. So let's come to model view, and you see as soon as we connected the data, it is kind of able to connect this restaurant with order, customer with order. Only calendar is remaining. And yes, we are right. If you see this, the relationship is like this: order to restaurant, order to customers, order to calendar, and these are the dates, columns on which we need to perform this, right? Joining. Cool. So let me connect this order and calendar. We have date and order date. You can drag and drop this over here, or you can drag date to order date also. Now see, it is showing it is going to perform this join on these two columns, and cardinality is 1 on 1, cross filter reduction is both. I will say save. And now our data modeling is done. We are able to perfectly connect the data, right? Let's go to the report view, and now we have all this data. Now let's solve this question one by one for practice. Our question 1 is, I want to find out year to date order value trend. Now you know this, we have already solved this kind of question. How to solve this? We need to find out total year till date. So again, in order to find the total year till date, what you will do, you will take this total order value. First of all, we need to create this total order value, right? So total order value, and then you can have this order value till date. With the help of calculate, you will say total order value, and remember this dates ytd is a function which will create a dates for us, and we are passing this date column. So with the help of this date column, it is going to create this date for us. Simple. But let's first of all have this the total order value. Why we need this? Because if you go over here, we don't have that total order. If I go to orders, you see we have order value with respect to order id, we have customers, we have calendar, but we don't have any total order value. And if you want to solve this problem, to get the order value till date, right? Till date, total order value till date, we need total order value. So let's first create this measure. So it's nothing but just simple, we need to add this order value. See, we have this order value, right? So we need to simply add all of them. So let me go here, say new measure. So for that I'm using this sum, right? So order of order value. Let's commit this, close this. If you drag and drop, you see you have total order value of 9680. Now here you might get confusion that why you have used sum over here instead of sum x. See, you need to understand when sum x is required. Whenever you have to write a complex query where inside the filter or inside somewhere or inside virtual table you want to iterate it. Here why have you used some simple sum? Because I simply want to add all those things. So I don't want to iterate through all row by row. I don't want a row context. I want a filter context where I will have this whole data. I just need to sum it up. That's it, right? So that's why sum is going to help over here. But whenever you want a row filter or a row context, right? Row context, not filter context, where you want to really iterate through each of them. Here, see, it is going to get the orders. It is going to see the column order value and is going to just apply a sum function. It will add it in just one go. But if you want to really iterate through each and every row, in that case sum x is required. Even though if you write sum or sum x over here and just enter it, nothing is going to change, right? But this requires some few more arguments. So that's why there is a difference between sum and sum x, right? Whenever you have some filters and then or virtual tables and then you want to iterate through them, then sum x is required. So right now I will just use sum. Okay, cool. So now I can solve this particular problem. I will say order value ytd. You know the explanation. This is going to create a virtual date range, calculate applied that range as a filter, and then measure recalculates cumulatively, right? So let me go here, say new measure, paste this. I have calculated my total order value. Now I'm going to use my filter calculate, where total order value I want on a date wise basis. Let me commit this and let's put this order value ytd over here. This is our measure, and let's put date inside this. And you see we have only one date, which is 2025, and that's why in that year we have the overall order value of 9680. Let me put month also. If you check this box, now it will show you month wise. So in the month of February we have 6970 total order value till date. In the month of January it is 3630. In the month of March 9680 by combining both of them, right? So in the January 3630, in the February amount, and then January amount added, and then in the March all the three amounts added. Only 3 months data we have, right? If you go here and verify it, you see Jan, Feb and March data, right? Cool. Let's go to the next question. Question number 2 is, it is based on calculate and filter context. What is the total order value from premium customers only? From premium customers only, we want to find it out, the total order value, right? So this is kind of, you can say, we need to do filtering, right? So it's simple, but you have this premium customer sales measure. So you use calculate, you have the total order value, but this time you will use customer type equal to premium. It's same as this only. Here we were saying date YSTD calendar date, but here you will just say apply a filter customer type equals to premium. That's it. So let's copy this, come over here, calculate a new measure, put it customer type. If you go to the customer table, you have this customer type, right? See, customer type. Let me close this and let's drag and drop this premium customer sales. When you hover your mouse, you see from premium customer we are getting 4700 as our sales. In order to verify it, you can simply take customer type and then you have total order value or total sales. You drag and drop this. See, from premium 4700, from regular 4980, which makes total of 9680, right? So, and this is what we have calculated over here. Let's go to the next question. I think now explanation is already clear to you. Let's go to this question number 3, where we want to do ranking inside the group question. Again, this type of question also we have seen. We need to rank the restaurant within each cuisine by total order value. So here I'm not saying we need to rank the restaurant by the total order value. If the question was that, then only you will have to rank the restaurant and you don't have to use any cuisine. So that is not ranking inside group, it is only ranking by group, and that group was restaurant. But here first we need to identify the restaurant, then within the restaurant each cuisine, and each cuisine wise you have to rank the total order value, right? So again we have seen this. We are going to use the rank X, then we will use filter and all, and this all is going to first remove the filters from the restaurant, but this filter is going to add the filter for restaurant where cuisine is maximum restaurant cuisine by what? By total order value in the descending order, and then dense is going to apply that ranking, right? We have seen this kind of example earlier also. Let me copy this and go to over here. I'm going a little bit fast because I have already given you the explanation. This is just a practice question I have taken for you guys. So let me put it over here. Yep. So let's take this restaurant rank by cuisine. Now here we need to put first of all a restaurant type. So restaurant, I go here, we have restaurant name. Let me put it over here. So you see Barbecue Nation, rank 2, rank 2, rank 2, all these are rank 2. Okay, this is on rank 1, rank 1, rank 1. So you see right now we have restaurant wise ranking, right? But we want cuisine as well. So let me put cuisine here. And let's convert this into a table, alright, so that we can see it properly. Alright, now you see Barbecue Nation is at rank number 2 and the cuisine is American. Let me put cuisine over here. Or what I can do, ranking I will first remove. I will have cuisine and this, and then I will put this ranking. Alright, now you see barbecue nation, cuisine is American, and this is at rank number 2. Okay, so we have this restaurant barbecue nation, and they have only one cuisine which is called as American, but we have another cuisine American, but this time restaurant is different, and this particular restaurant is at number 1 in the American cuisine, and this is on second number 2. Why? Simply because if you put total sales, total order value or total sales, let me put over here. You see, for this we have 1830. For this barbecue nation American cuisine, we are not able to see the sales, and again you know the reason. Reason is simple, it is lies inside your data, because for this barbecue nation and American cuisine you will not have this total order value, because that ID is not going to exist. In order to verify, let's go to the table view, and let me go to the restaurants. So where you see these are the restaurant IDs, restaurant names, and these are the cuisines, right? Now if I go over here and restaurant name and cuisines, let me go over here. See, these are my restaurant IDs from R1 to R15. Now if I go to order values, you see these are my restaurants where I have these order values. Now I'm able to see this order value, total order value. This is Burger Barn, right? Burger Barn. Now if I come over here, if I go to restaurant, Burger Barn is this one. This is restaurant number 4. This is restaurant number 4. Now if I go to orders, can I see restaurant number 4? Yes, it is available over here. 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 And by adding all these 4 values, I'm able to see the total sales is 1830. But what about barbecue nation? So barbecue nation, when I go over here, restaurant, barbecue nation is here, restaurant number 9. When I go to orders, restaurant number 9 is not present in the entire table, and that's why I'm not able to see the order value of it. But when, let's suppose, sometimes barbecue nation is going to get the highest sales, this ranking going to be dynamically change automatically, because if this is going to get the highest sales, barbecue nation, if you add the rows here for barbecue nation, this is going to automatically change. It will come at 1, this will go to 2. Similarly, we have this, see, chest burst Italian, this is on rank number 2. And where is the Italian do we have at number 1, right? Cheese burst Italian, this is pasta street Italian. You see, we have pizza point Italian at rank 1, right? So this is how the ranking is, you can see it, right? Let's come to the next question. Question number 4 is all and percentage of total. So let's say I wanted to find out what percentage of total platform revenue comes from each city. So from each city, what is the total platform revenue we are getting? So remember, this is simple. You have city percentage contribution. You need to take the total order value, and then you have to divide it the order value of each cities. So again, you are going to use the calculate. You have the total order value. You are going to use this all. So all is going to remove all the filters, and it is going to iterate through each and every row of the order city, and it is going to give you the value. So total order value of city A, total order value of city B, C, D, and so on and so forth. And then finally you are saying dividing it by the total order value. So total order value divided by total order value of city A, total order value divided by city B, like that you will going to get this city percentage contribution. Very simple, right? Once you understood the concept, it's going to look like very easy, else it is going to be very hard. Okay, let me go over here, create a new measure, and then you have this. Okay, city percentage contribution, drag and drop it over here. Now let me put city. So city wise I want to see this. In orders we have city, let me drag and drop it, and you see Bangalore is giving 40% sales contribution, Delhi is giving 37% sales contribution, Mumbai is only giving 23% sales contribution, right? Cool. If you want to see the total sales also, in order to verify it, you can put the total order value over here, and now you see Bangalore is giving 3910 sales, Delhi is giving 3560, Mumbai is giving 2210. Here is we have the percentage as well, right? It is not showing, but it should show. It is gone in very low. Let me do this. Okay, let me convert it into table. So it is showing, it is there, okay? Even though we do Control Z, this is there, okay? Don't understand that this value is not come. When you hover your mouse properly, it will show you. Now see, it is showing city percentage contribution as 0.23. All right. Now let's go to the question number 5 and last question. I want to see what is the total revenue generated by top 3 restaurants. I want to see top 3 restaurants, their revenue. Again, this is a virtual table plus top n. We know this. We need this top n. Summarize is going to create the summary of what? Of restaurant name, total order value, of with respect to restaurant sales. I want to see them in descending order, and I want only top 3. And then sum x is going to iterate through all these top 3 and going to return me one by one. Simple. So I can copy this. I go to new measure, put it over here. Okay, let me minimize this. So restaurant rank, top 3 restaurant revenue. When you put restaurant name, you see you get your top 3. Spice Hub is at very top. Then you have Sushi Zen 2210. Then you have Burger Barn 1830. So winner is Spice Hub, right? So this is how you can get your top 3 revenue by restaurant name. Let me do one change and see if I put sum over here instead of sum x. So and top restaurant sales, if I okay, so sum only required one parameter, which is restaurant sales. Okay, if I do this, okay, this is not going to work because remember we have the virtual table by summarize. So summarize is going to give you the virtual table where you will have a restaurant, sales and their respective name, right? Restaurant name, and we only require top 3, so virtual table of all these top 3, and then sum x we want to iterate through each of them, and it is going to iterate through each of them and going to return me the value. That's why sum is not going to work over here. If you have that table created, if you directly have that value, for example, if you have a column called as top restaurant, you already have it, then you can use the sum formula to get it. But sum x is required to iterate through the virtual table. So that I wanted to show you where sum and sum x is required. All right, I hope this is clear for everyone. This is the end of this video. In the next video we are again going to continue with the DEX, and that is going to be the last video. We will take 5 to 6 practice questions, whatever we have learned till now, and we are going to do some practice, and then we will jump into the visualization part. Hi everyone, welcome back to Power BI series. This is 7th chapter and we are continuing our deck series. So from previous past sessions we are doing the decks. We have learned about basics and intermediate level concepts of decks. In this chapter we are going to do some practice on a different data set. This is called as financial data set. So I'm going to load this data set, or I can say I have already loaded this data set. We have accounts, branches, calendar and transaction. Let me show you. So you see we have the account table where we have account ID, customer name, account type and customer segment. Then we have branches, branch ID, branch name and region. We have calendar dates, okay, and then we have transactions. So which transaction has done, deposit, withdraw, something like that, with respect to branch ID, account ID, and this is our transaction ID. Now as you see we need to do some data cleaning a little bit. That is, first row it's not identified properly, so let me go to transform data and just do it quickly. For transactions we are fine, for calendar also we are fine, for branches we need to do this, same for accounts. Okay, close and apply. So it is applying the changes, it will take some time. All right, now this is gone. Cool. So now I will come to data model view and I need to connect all this. So I need to create a star schema. So transaction is my middle connection. You can read it. All the tables are going to be connected with the transaction table, right? So let me first connect this branch ID. Okay. Then calendar. And then account as well. All right, so this schema got connected. Now we can come to data and analyze it in the report view. So these are my questions. First of all, and these are little bit advanced questions. We have already seen basics, intermediate. In this we are going to see little bit advanced questions. So question number 1 is, I want to find out net balance. Okay, so net balance, when I say net balance, that means how many withdrawals have done, how many deposit has done. So deposit minus withdrawal, we are going to get the net balance of all the accounts. So this is what I want to find it out. Now in order to find it out all those things, I mean net balance, we first have to have total amount, total deposits and total withdrawals, right? So let's have this base measure first saved. So for total amount, all the amounts we need to sum it up, that's it. When you go here and go to transactions, you see you have the amount, right, summed amount. When you drag and drop over here, you see we have all the amount as 652000, right? Let me remove this, but the same information I want it inside the measure. So let me create the measure, total amount. I will save this. This is also going to give you the same value, by the way, because this is just we are summing up all the things, right? You see, then I want to see total deposits. Let me create this. So total deposits, how I'm going to get, I need to check transaction type is deposit or withdrawal. On top of that, I want to see total amount with the help of calculate. So this calculator is going to act as a filter. First I'm going to get the total amount, but I only want to see the total amount by deposit. So transaction type should be deposit, right? And then for withdrawal, transaction type should be withdrawal. That's the difference. All right, now let's compare all of this thing together. Let me say total amount, total deposits, and total withdrawals. Okay, so you see we have total amount 65,200, total deposit is 55,300, and total withdrawal 99,000, right? Now let's come to our first business question. So we wanted to find it out the net balance, right? So we have to find out net balance. Now you see the solution I have written over here, I am using variables. So I'm saying net balance equals to, this is my measure name, then I have variable deposit. So this is going to give my deposit, all the deposit. This is going to give my all the withdrawals, right? And then finally I need to return deposit minus withdrawals. This is one way, but since you have already calculated the total deposit and total withdrawals, right, you have done that, so you can directly say net balance equal to what? Net balance equal to total deposit minus total withdrawals, right? So let's do that. This is like I have shown you. For if you haven't calculated this, then you can go in this way also. This is not going to harm you, but we are going to go in this way. Okay, so let's do that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new measure. I am going to copy this and I'm going to make a difference over here. Deposit and withdrawals, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to directly say net balance equal to total deposits minus total withdrawals. Okay, now if I'm going to put this net balance over here, you see 45,400. Let me put this, remove here, net balance here only. So you see this is our net balance 45,400. Now let's say if you want to see this net balance account wise, so maybe you can put account ID. Then let's say for this many accounts, I want to see their, first of all, total amount. So you see we have, okay, earlier we have 15 accounts, but I'm only able to see the total amount for 6 accounts. And why is that so? Again, the answer is in your data. Let me come over here, go to transactions. So you see we have this amount with the which we are able to get the total amount. Now these are the account IDs. You see we have A01, A02, we doesn't have A15, A13, A14. So we have only data of these many accounts from A1 to A6, and that's why this is this. Now let me put total deposits in this accounts. So you see total amount is this 12,40,000, 10,50,000 was total deposits. So meaning some 2,000, around 2,000 they have removed it. So total withdrawals, let me put it over here. So you see 19,000 is the total withdrawal, right? So when you sum it up, 10,000, oh sorry, 1,50,000, 1,05,000 and 1,24,000. Yes, answer is 19,000. We can verify this also. I'm a little bit slow in maths, So let's do in this way. I will say 12,400 minus 10,500, 10,500, and yes, we are getting 19,000. So this is right. Now let's see the net balance. So final, this is withdrawal, this is deposit, this is total amount, right? Wait. So what we have done over here, 1240 and 1050. So total amount is this, total deposit is this, and total withdrawal is this. So 10 total deposit and total withdrawals. Okay, let me see the net balance. Put it over here. Remove this. Let me click on this. Total withdrawals. Okay, sorry, net balance. Okay, so this is the net balance we have. And how is that coming? Total deposit minus total withdrawals. So okay, if I do 10,500 this minus 19,000, so yes, 86,000 we have remaining, which is our net balance, which is right. But total amount is, why it is showing 1,24,000. So this is discrepancy. We need to change the data actually. See, this is not a real data, right, on a real account. That's why there is a discrepancy. But yes, this is the net balance, and this should match actually, total deposit minus total withdrawals, because this is, we have calculated formula wise. And to tally actually this total amount in the balance and the net balance, this should be same, right? This should be same, but this is not same because it is not a actual data set we have taken. But fine, no problem. This you can consider like in future date they have increased the amount, but right now this is what the case. Net balance is actually nothing but their current account balance, which is nothing but their total amount. Or so maybe what this total amount is, till now whatever transaction they have done, that is called as total amount, right? Till now they have whatever transaction has done this particular account has done, this is their current balance. This is another way you can understand it. But in reality, this total amount basically their current amount, and net balance should match. But for our case, you can consider this as their whole lifelong, how many amount they have in their balance. So whatever they add, they subtract, whatever, after all that things, they have this amount. Okay, fine. Now our question was, we need to see the net balance, right? So we are able to see the net balance account wise, account ID wise, we can see it. And if you pay attention, these are the two balance, account number 3 and account number 5, having the highest net balance remaining in their account, right? Cool. Now let's go to the next question. We need to find it out, a rolling 30-day net cash flow, meaning last previous 30-day, what was the net cash flow, right? So when you say cash flow, so you can just Google it out. Cash flow meaning in simple words. Okay, so cash flow is nothing but at the end what is going to remain, the movement of money into into and out of a business as goods are thought and sold. So how many you are selling, right? The movement of money into and out of the business as goods bought and sold, that is what is cash flow. So we need to find it out, the cash flow basically. So again, rolling 30-day cash flow. So I'm going to use the calculate. We have the net balance already. Now I'm going to use this date sign period. Why? Because date sign period is going to create the rolling window for me, and the rolling date I want is the max 30 days, last previous 30 day. When I say minus 30 days, so it is going to take the previous 30 day from the current day, and I'm passing the date with the which it is going to take this create this period, right? and I only want day, not month. So last 30 day. If you pass month, you will get last 30 month basically. Right, so let me copy this and create a new measure. Okay, save this, and now you see we have this, we can say date versus rolling 30 day on the line chart. So let's select the line chart and then say date from the calendars. I'm going to put the date over here, and then rolling 30 day, put it over here. But as soon as you see, we are getting only one value. Why? Because we have a date of 2025 only. Let's say if you want to see month wise, you can put month also, and let me put it over here. Okay, this also, let's remove it. And you see, so for the month of this blank month, we don't have any month. Rolling 30 day net cash flow was 50,000. And how did we created this net cash flow? It is nothing but the net balance. We call it as a net cash flow as well. Net balance is nothing but your net cash flow. Then we have in the month of March 14,40,000, right? So you see over here, let me show you this thing. If I take the month versus net amount or net balance, see, I can see all these things over here. Now let's compare this. So this is 50,000, right? And here in the month of March 40 lakh 4,000. So month of March 40 lakh 4,000 is basically 1,44,000. 1,44,000 in the month of March. Here if you see net balance month wise, we have 1,18,000, but this is for last 30 days, right? So till from the current date, all the March data and then current data, it has added it. Similarly, when we go over here, it is coming as, see, 1,75,000 in the month of January, right? So since the data started from the January, it is 1,75,000. Now in the month of February, if I come over here, in the month of February, it is saying 1,46,000. Why is that so? Because it has added the January and February, right? Then in the month of March, it is showing 1,44,000. Why? Because it has added the Jan, Feb and March data, right? Sorry, not Jan, Feb, March data, previous 30 day data. So only March, current date of March, and then previous 30 days of February. So only previous 30 days it is adding and showing us the result. Okay, so that is how net cash flow of previous 30 days, right? Cool. Now let's come to the next question. We want to see branch ranking by net deposits, okay, and ignoring the region. So we want to see branch wise ranking by net deposit. So in which branch how many deposits are happening, I want to rank them. So again, I'm going to use this rank X. I'm going to use this all branches branch name. So I'm removing the filter from the branch name. Then I'm saying calculate. So this is going to act as a filter. I want to see the branches region wise, but what I want to rank them region, but I want to see by the net balance. So this is going to give me branch name. This is going to give me the remove the region from the branch and going to give me the net balance, but it is not going to apply this region filter. I don't want to see the region, so that's why I'm saying all branch region. So I'm ignoring the region filter, and then this is going to give me the branches name net balance wise in the descending order, and then is going to give the ranking. Cool. Let me copy this come over here. I will create a new page, new measure, paste it, and branch by ranking, put it over here. Let me put branch IDs or branch name. If we have branches, branch name. So you see we have one blank row which we can ignore it. See, these are the things, and what I have put branch rank, branch name by net balance. Let me put the net balance as well. And as soon as I do this, you see we have Mumbai Central, which is having a net balance of this much, 26. I think by net balance only we need to check, right? Oh, sorry, by net deposit we need to check. So not net balance, net deposit. So I can say total deposits. And when I do this, you see we have for Mumbai Central almost 2,80,000 deposits branch, and the position is not showing. Let me first of all remove this, and you see Mumbai Central is at first branch, and the reason, as we can see, once we are going to put this this total deposits, why it is coming on top one, because total deposit of the Mumbai Central is highest. Then we have Delhi, then we have Bangalore, and then these are all at fourth location because their deposits are almost same. Now let me put the deposits, and you see for this we don't have the deposits. And now you know the data wise, right? Because in the data you will not have these branches, but here you see this is at the rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and their net deposits. Cool, this was easy. Let's go to the next question. We want to find it out, premium customer contribution. That's it, premium customer contribution. Very simple. If you have the total deposits, you will divide the deposits of premium customer and you will get the premium deposits. So you will use this divide, and again, if you want, you can use the variables, right? Homework, you can take it, write this same formula with the help of variables. It's very simple. You are going to use this, this entire function, this calculate inside a variable called as maybe numerator, and then this is a denominator. You are going to use this divide, simple. Or you can say this variable as a premium customer contribution, total contribution. That's it. Let me use this. Create a new measure, premium deposit percentage, premium deposit percentage. You see from premium we are getting 0.61, meaning 61% of deposits are coming from the premium customers. If you want to see by customer type, customer segment, let me put it over here. See, from regular we are getting 61%, from premium also it is okay. No, here it is not showing for premium one. Here from premium one, regular also it is showing. Okay, so for regular we don't have data because we have calculated this. Okay, so what you can do, let me do Control Z. Here we only have premium deposit. Now in order to check this, you put this customer segment and you put this deposit, total deposit, right? Total deposit, and here from here you can get the percentage, right? Here you can get the percentage. Fine. So you see 61% data is coming from premium, and here if you see premium we have 3,35,000 and only 2,80,000 from this. So only 40% or 39% data is coming from the regular customers, or 39% of deposits are coming from the regular customers, right? Let's go next. So Now we need to find out top two accounts per branch. Okay, so this is a question of ranking inside the groups. We have seen how to solve this kind of question is basically we need to find out top two accounts per branch. So first we need to find it out per branch what is the branch, and then within that branch what is the top two accounts. So yes, rank X is required. I'm going to use filter. I will say all accounts. So from accounts I'm going to remove the filter, but this filter is going to work within the account ID of accounts table. And then we are going to use the account ID. So what I'm saying, this filter is going to work of account ID in and then values I'm passing as transaction of account ID. So we have account ID in both the tables, accounts and transaction, but the filter is going to work. So from accounts table, get the account ID and check if that is present inside this transaction account ID or not. So apply the filter on that. The filter is going to apply it with respect to net balance. So with respect to that I'm going to get only top accounts per branch. Okay, top accounts per branch. And for in order to see top two, again we can have a visual filter. So let me just copy this and put here, and I will show you how you can get it. Okay, so we have account rank per branch. Let me put it over here. Let me put the branch name over here, and as soon as I do this, you see we have all the branches, and the formula we have used net balance, right? Now for all branches the net balance is let me put it over here. You see for Mumbai Central we have the highest net balance, right? And this is at branch rank 1. When I go to Delhi, this is also showing branch rank 1 only, and for Bangalore again this is showing branch rank 1. So why is that so? Why all the branches are coming at rank 1 only? And we wanted to find it out top 2 branch, right? So first of all we need to understand this. This is not a we are not finding the within the branch who is the highest. We want to find within the branch which account is at rank 1 and rank 2 and rank 3. So branch and then account. Okay, so here we have taken the branch. Now let me take the account ID as well. So I have this account ID. If I put over here, so you see now for Ahmedabad West A02 account. Okay, so sorry, for all this branch name we have account name called as A02. Okay, and here if you go, this is at rank 1, right? This is at rank 1, and remaining we don't have data. So within this branch A02 account have no data, so only have the data for Delhi North branch. So it is showing, right? This is at rank 1. Similarly if you go over here, and this is again is going to show at rank 1. Let me hover my mouse properly. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it not. Or what I can do, let me convert this into a table so that every time it is available. You see, so all this is at rank 1. Why? Because you can consider for each and every branch the account is unique, and since account is unique, it has the net balance in there itself, it's unique, and that's why it is at branch 1. Let me do command Z. So for example here if you see Mumbai Central, account ID is A03, branch name is Kolkata Central, not Mumbai Central, account rank per branch. So for this A03 account in this particular branch it is at rank 1. So we don't have any, because all the account IDs are unique, right? If you come over here, this is Bangalore East, this is at branch rank 1, A01 is the branch for Bangalore East. But if you come over here, this is Mumbai Central, account number 1, and this is also going to be on rank 1 only. Let me show you. See, rank 1. So why is that coming? Because within each branch we have account ID as a unique account ID, and that's why they are all going to be at rank 1 only, and we can't have duplicate accounts. So in this way, like, this is kind of question where we wanted to find out top 2 accounts per branch. But the thing is, these top 2 accounts are, like, even though if you say the net balance is 5 here 50,000 and here 36,000, they are coming at top because they are unique. But let's say if the question is, if you want to find it out, by this net balance, your ranking should change. So how you can do that? Let's explore this part. So the main reason was, like, we have multiple blank values, and the rank X, when it is going to compare it, so this rank X is seeing these null values, and that's why it is providing all this rank as 1. Also, this account IDs, right? These account IDs are also somewhere blank. So here we are using which account ID? We are using account ID of the account, right? Sorry, not this one. Yeah, if you remove this and put this account ID, so right, and that's why it is showing this thing. Now, 2 things we need to do if we want to see the proper ranking. One is, we need to remove this blank row from our measure. So right now we are using this account per branch, right? Account ranking per branch. So let me go to that account ranking per branch. Here it is. So you see here we are getting this account ID and all those things, but we are not removing anywhere the blank rows. So for that I have created new, actually, this account rank per branch 2. Here you see what I'm doing. I'm saying filter calculate table. So calculate table is going to do the calculation, where again I'm passing the account ID, and this is going to, I'm saying, remove the filters from the account ID, and I'm removing all the null values. So this calculate table again is going to give me a virtual table kind of thing, where I'm not going to consider the blank values. Now rank X is if you're not going to provide this blank value, now rank X will work. Okay, it is not going to consider rank value. If rank X will see the rank value, so it is going to compare one row with other rows, and wherever it finds null, it will treat each and everything as null, and that's why every row is getting ranking as 1. So we are removing this null row mainly. Now if I come over here and show you, so here I have used, see, this account ranking 2, we have branch name. Here see, this null row is there, because in the view, obviously, if you are going to put branch name and this, it is going to there, but calculation wise this is not going to treat it. For example, if you see, come over here, you see, for this Bangalore, let's talk about the Bangalore branch. We have Bangalore East till here, right? So you see this is at 3. So null rows are treated as 3. Now null is going at 3. So this is 3, this is at 2, and this is at 1 because net balance is high. So this is at 1, account ID is A06, account ID A01 is at number 2, and rest of them which are blank, now it is treated as 3, right? So this is how you can get the branch wise and then account wise ranking, right? Let's go to the final question. We want to see the high value account flag. So meaning wherever the value is high, we want to flag that account. So how we can do that? In order to get the high value account flag, this is the measure I'm using, then I'm creating a variable called as account deposit. Remember, we have already created it, total deposits, right? So here I'm saying get the total deposit. Then I'm calculating another variable called as branch average deposit. So for each and every branch, what is the average deposit? I want the high value account for per branch. And then what I will do, I will see, I'm going to return if, so this is see if else condition I'm writing. If the account deposit is greater than branch average deposit, we call it as a high value. So this is, in the entire branch, the average deposits are 5,000, but some person came, he is depositing 1 lakh or maybe 10,000 more than your average branch deposit. That means that person is, little bit kind of premium customer. So otherwise we will say it as a normal if it is not a high value, right? So this is how you can flag the high value account per branch. So let me copy this and put it inside the new measure, paste it, okay. And now you see we can create a table with account ID, net balance and high value flag, right? So let me create a new page. I will go and check our account ID. So these are my account IDs. Then I can go for net balance. These are my net balance. And then high value flag, right? High value account flag. Let me remove this here. I'll say high value account flag. See, now here account 01, it is 8,06,000. It is coming inside a normal. A02 normal. Why every account is coming in normal? Because, okay, let me put the branch also. I will put branch. All right. Now we have all the branches also. So you see, for Bangalore East, or maybe what I can do, let me remove this. I will first put branch, then I will put account ID, and then maybe put a high value flag. Okay, so now you see this for Ahmedabad West, this is all the normal. We haven't get any high value flag. Why? Because for example, if I talk about Ahmedabad West, so for this we first need to find out this all account wise average, average deposit. And when you compare average deposit with the deposit of individual, it is not coming as, the account wise, it is not coming as high. I mean, it is not greater. That's why it is saying normal. But if some account will have, more value than average of the entire branch, it is going to give you the high. But right now it is not giving, so that's why we are getting normal, right? So I hope you are able to understand it. You can grab these questions. I am going to provide it to you in the description. I want you to try from your end so that the DAX will be fixed in your mind properly. From next video onwards, we are going to talk about the visualization. We are going to start with mini projects. We are going to create the dashboard. We are going to see how we can publish it. All right. See you in the next one. All right. Hi everyone. Welcome back to Power BI series. This is lecture number 8. And now we are going to start with our mini project. In the previous videos, we have already learned about, DAX. We have practiced the DAX. And now this is time to start building the projects inside the Power BI. The first lecture which is on the project is lecture number 8, and we are starting with the mini project of Pitala Brothers e-commerce sales insight. So this is one of the brand which we have inside our country in India, and I have taken this Pitala Brothers example, who is running their e-commerce sales business, and they wanted to build a Power BI dashboard to get their sales insight across the country. So whenever we are going to start with any Power BI project, or kind of any sales insight, or any kind of insight project, what we have to do, first of all, the project always starts with the business requirement and business problem. So what is that business problem and requirement? Pitala Brothers are facing issue to track their basically whole e-commerce sales data. They don't understand which part of the country is failing, which part of the country is getting success. Yes, they are getting bunch of the Excel files on month-wise basis from managers of different you can say part of the country, basically from the different states. But they are very it's a tedious process. They have to go through each and every this sales report, or basically you can say excel file, and they have to get their insights manually. And they don't want to do it. They want a centralized dashboard where they can track each and everything, like sales per month, amount sold per month, and all those things. So what we have done, we have created this scenario. And in real world business also this kind of scenario happens. You first have to gather the project requirement, and this is what the requirement is. What I have done, I have created this particular PDF. Let me open this, and you see this is the, you can say this is a project requirement document, or you can say the whole kind of, where each and everything is mentioned, what you need to build as a data analyst or business analyst, and what you need to not build, like that. All the business requirement, business problem, and how we are going to solve that business problem. So you see the title is Pitala Brothers Sales Analytics and Performance Dashboard. This is what we need to build. Now there is something called as Ames Grid. Okay, what is this Ames Grid? So whenever we create any BI project, maybe in Tableau, in Power BI, any analytics project, it always starts with Ames Grid. Meaning you first need to understand what is the aim, that is business objective. You also have to understand what are the inputs, so from where you are going to get the input to solve that business problem. What is the mechanism to solve that business problem, and what is the success criteria. This is called as Ames Grid. Now if you see over here, our aim is, the primary aim to of this project is to provide end-to-end sales performance visibility of for Pitala Brothers by building an interactive Power BI dashboard that enables management to monitor overall sales, profit, quantity, and AOV. AOV stands for average order value. I will talk it about more. Then we have to identify high and low performing categories, subcategories, states, and customers. Analyze monthly and quarterly profit trend, understanding customer payment behavior, support data driven decision to improve profitability and operational efficiency. So basically they want to track these all matrices. Okay, now input is now this input won't come in just one single go. It's like, no, you will join the organization and you are going to get this Ames Grid and then you will start doing it. No, this someone, your senior data analyst, or maybe data engineer, they and your business team, they are going to work together and they are going to analyze what are the data sources, meaning input. So in order to achieve this business goal, you need a data, right? Then only you can create this. So from where you are going to get this data? So together your senior data analyst, business analyst, and maybe someone from business side, they are going to sit together and they will discuss. They multiple meetings will happen, and then only this input data requirement will you will be able to identify. So let's say for this time being, this is ready-made available for us. We have done the meeting and I'm providing this to you directly. So we have one table in our maybe database. We call it as a sales transaction data, where we are tracking all these things: order date, customer name, state, quantity, sales, payment mode, everything. So see, for example, if I take the example of maybe Flipkart, so they have this something called a CRM, customer relationship management, right? Where, so whenever you go to their website, you purchase anything, so that that data, so whatever you have buy, with what amount you have buy, at which time you have buy anything, so that whole data will be stored inside a CRM. And then CRM, customer relationship management system, that from that data we are going to store it, maybe MySQL database, or maybe NoSQL database somewhere, right? So you can consider this is that data only, that we are storing it in MySQL database. Then you have business dimension like time, geography, product, customer, payment mode, right? Now you have tools and technology: Power BI desktop, Power Query Editor, and all those things which you already know, and Power BI services optional for sharing. So once we build the entire dashboard, it's not like you just have to build it and then it's done. No, you need to share this with your Pitala brothers, because they are the founder and CEO of the company, right? And they want to track each and everything. So that's why we need to share this with them. So in order to share this Power BI service, will come into the picture for sharing this dashboard with them. Then we have this mechanism part. So mechanism part, again, how we are going to solve this, how the solution is going to work. Now again, this is not going to come in one meeting. Multiple meetings will happen. Senior data analyst, scientists, and maybe senior business analyst, they will curate the data, and after curation they will think of how they are going to solutioning it. So they are going to prepare this mechanism, that they are going to first do the data preparation, all these things. Then they will do data modeling. Remember, in data modeling we connect multiple tables, right? Then they create the measure and KPIs. Then there is going to be a dashboard and visual with all this requirement which Patala brothers has said, right? Then they are going to see how they can share the insight interactivity. Okay, so that was the mechanism. And then we have something called as success criteria. So any project, you build the dashboard, you can't call it as that is the success of your project. No, end goal was not to build the dashboard. End goal was to take a better informed decision, and maybe improve the operational efficiency for Pitala brothers. So multiple stakeholders will come. Maybe Pitala brothers also will come into this meeting, where they will define the success criteria. It's not like we just build the dashboard and done. No, that is not the thing. So multiple stakeholders will sit together and they will decide what should be the success criteria. So they have written this bullet point like faster decision making using real time insight. This is one of the success criteria if we build the dashboard properly. Identification of loss making month and categories. So if we are able to properly identify loss making months, so let's suppose in January we are making profit, but in February we are losing on profit. So why is that? If you are able to identify those month category wise, then we can call it as, yes, it's a success matrix. Then improve focus on high profit customer and state, so that we can do our focus on high profit customer and state. So likewise, other things are also there. Sorry, let me go here. Yeah, better payment mode strategy. Let's go here. Yeah, better payment mode strategy based on customer behavior. So we can understood, okay, what is the best payment mode we can provide. Maybe customer facing online payment, we can maybe add payment gateway integration, something like that we can do. Then technical success matrix, this is for you. So this is when data analyst will create. So this success matrix is for them. Dashboard refresh without error, measure returns accurate values, clear, intuitive, and visual consistent design, right? So these are their technical success matrix, but we always have business success matrix along with the technical success matrix. Then there is something called as user adoption. If user is not using this dashboard, I mean Pitala brothers is fine, there is no use of it, then there is no and maybe CEOs or CXOs, if they are not using it, then they will say there is no use of it, right? So stakeholder can answer key business question without external analysis, reduce dependency on manual Excel report, right? So they don't have to rely on manual Excel report. They can just come to this particular dashboard, they can see, they can do whatever they want to do, and then finally they can get the their question answered with this help of this dashboard, right? So key business question answered, like which month and quarter are most profitable, and all these things. See, these are some questions they can ask, right? And then you write a final deliverable in your thing, right? A fully interactive Power BI dashboard that provides a 360-degree view of Pitala brothers sales performance and supports strategic planning and operational improvement, right? So this is how you can say your basically aims grid or project structure project requirement document looks like, right? Where you write each and everything properly, and that is how you become from data analyst to senior data analyst to maybe more higher level roles. It's not like so once this will be created, then your manager or maybe senior analyst people will come, and then they will they will give this particular task to data analyst 1, then maybe this particular task to data analyst 2, Likewise, they will have two data analysts or one data analyst depending upon the organization and their purchasing power, basically, to have the employees, and based upon that they can kick off this project. So this is how in the industry projects are being developed and built, right? Cool. So now we have a whole idea on the project title, what is the aims grade, what is the business problem which we are going to solve. We also know the KPIs which we need to build. You see the KPIs are, we need the monitor overall sales, profit, quantity, AOV, identify high and low. All these things I have already written. You can go through this document. I'm going to provide it in the description box, right? Now let me show you, once you build the dashboard, your final dashboard, how it is going to look like. So this is a dashboard look. You see we have Pitala Brothers sales insight over here, and see how we are doing. We are having total sum of amount, sum of quantity, sum of AOV. AOV stands for average order value. We will talk it about once we start with this dashboard design. Then we have this sum of profit. These are some filter quarter wise. They can apply filter and then they can see the result. They have this sum of profit by month, sum of amount by year, sum of amount by customer name. So they, from here they can identify their top customers. From here they can identify their top subcategories, right? From here they can identify their top states, how they are performing. From here they can identify their payment mode, how much payment is coming from payment mode. You see COD is giving almost how many percent, 44%. So COD is their preferred way, right? So people are coming to their once they are delivering the goods, then people are doing the COD. But maybe they want to focus on this part, why people are they not trusting them, or something is going wrong, so that they can improve on this particular part, right? So we are going to build this dashboard. Let's get started. Now for this I have see, in the real world industry, your data engineer will go to your CRM database. From there, from MySQL or NoSQL, from there they are going to take out all the data. They do data engineering and all those stuff so that they can clean the data, and then they are going to dump this data into data warehouse. Okay, and then finally from that data warehouse, data analyst team will go to that data warehouse, and from there they are going to connect that with the Power BI to do this analysis. It's not like you are going to get the CSV file or Excel file and then you are done. No, that is not how the real world projects executed, right? So but for this project, what you can consider, that your data engineer has already done the hard job. They have created the data, they have stored the data into the data warehouse, and you have downloaded the data from the data warehouse. So it looks something like this. But in upcoming you can say videos, or upcoming you can say lectures, I'm going to show you the connection with the database as well. So don't worry about it. We are going to see with respect to real MySQL or PostgreSQL database, and then how we can connect to that database, get the data, and then we can start building the dashboard. But this is a since mini project, I'm going to show you this. Now we have this two CSV files, details and orders, right? Let me load this CSV file inside the Power BI, and then I will show you. I'm going to give you all these things inside the description. You can check it from there. So now I'm going to launch my Power BI. Alright, I will choose a blank report because we are going to start from the fresh, and I can go to the full screen mode. Let me get the data. So it's a CSV file. I am going to click on this. It will take some time. So you see we have this orders.csv file where we have this order ID, order date, customer name, state and city. These are our clean data. But in CRM database, this is not how the data you are going to get, right? This is, you can say, a hard work of data engineer who has cleaned the data and given you in this format so that you can create the visualization out of it. uh, Columns are not able to identify it properly, but don't worry, we are going to transform the data. Right now I'm just simply load it. Alright, so this data got loaded. Now let's another table as well, which is details.csv. So here you see we have order ID, amount, profit, quantity, category, subcategory, and payment mode, right? Let me load this data as well. So you see we have details and order tables available over here. When I go to my table view, so my details is properly, you see order ID, amount, and all those things. These are payment mode, last column. When I go to orders table, see the columns are not able to read it properly, so I can go to here and say transform data. So it has launched this Power Query Editor, and there we go. In the orders we need to change this, so I will go to transform and say use first row as header. So that is sorted now. You can check for duplicates also. So what you can do, let me click here, right click, okay, anywhere you can, on any column you can right click and remove the duplicate rows. Okay, it is not coming. Let me see this. And also if you see this order date, this is not properly identified as a date, right? This is identified as a normal, you can say, text. So let me click on this and I go to data type and I will change it to date. Replace current, add a new step. I will say replace current. Okay, I got some error. Let me do command Z. Okay, so I have reverted this step. Fine. Next I can see, I can't see any duplicate values by the way, but yes, you can right click. Right now it is not loading in my system. You can right click and remove the duplicates, right? That is for sure. Okay, some column got removed. Let me close this as well. Okay, let's go to the details, and from here also see you can do whatever you want to do. Right now I think it's all good. We don't have to do much of data cleaning over here. The only thing was like I converted this first row as a header, and this order date we will tackle it. Let me just close this for now. Okay, I will say close and apply. But yeah, if you think there are duplicate rows, I know I have worked with this data, there is no duplicate rows, but if yes, you know the steps, right? We have covered each and everything in our Power BI series, so you can do that. Now let's start, building our dashboard. Okay, so you see, before building the dashboard we need to go to the model view and we need to connect the two tables. By the way, this is connected automatically once we have with the help of order ID, right? And you can see the cardinality as well, it is many to one. So we have many to one because here we have many records. In orders we have a single record of order ID, right? Cool. Now I can come to report view and I can start building the dashboard, right? Okay, so let's get started. First of all, in the visual I'm going to put the title so that we can understand what kind of visual we are making. So for that we can use this text box. Let me click on this and I will give the name as Pitala Brothers Sales Dashboard. You can give any name. I like this name, so I'm going to give this, and I'm going to increase the font from 10 to maybe 30, 32. Enter it. Okay, and then let's make it in this way. Okay, Pitala Brothers sales dashboard, and I want to center align it, so I will click on this and I want to make it bold. Okay, let me do this and then bold. So this looks good. This is my, you can say, kind of, title I have, right, of my dashboard. Now also, if you have seen the dashboard which I have already shown you here, when you go to chapter number 8, you have this dashboard. So you see we are using some different background, right? So since we are using different background, we need to change this background from white to that. So for that, you can go to this canvas and you have something called as canvas background. Now here there is a browse option. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to give you this, both the JPG files in the description. You can choose any one of them. Let's say I'm going to use this dark gradient. Open it, and you see this dark gradient.jpg got selected over here. But you can ask me, okay, why, but still the the color or background is not changed, because we need to reduce the transparency. So let me reduce it to 0, and as soon as I do this, you see now my image is available over here. Now also let me change the canvas setting. I will go here, and from here, see, I'm choosing the custom, and I want to increase the height and width. So I'm going to use the height of 800 pixels and width of 13 or 1400 pixels. Okay, and also I'm going to change this vertical alignment from top to middle, or maybe top is also fine. Okay, I can increase the height even further by saying 900 pixels, so that it can fit into the entire canvas. Okay, if I require, I'm going to increase the height to 1000 also later. Right now this is fine. Okay, cool. So now I have done my canvas setting, and canvas background I have already changed it. Looks perfectly fine. Cool. Now remember, whatever we are going to build on this particular dashboard, it is going to align with our business requirement. It's not like you can build anything and then give to your stakeholders. No, it should be aligned with your business requirement. So we have already seen that PDF, and accordingly only we are going to decide it. So the first thing we need to build is something called as these tag column chart. So I have already written those things, so I'm going to refer it, or maybe I can refer it from here also. Maybe let me open that. Yeah, so you see this thing, sum of profit by month. I'm going to first build this particular chart. Okay, so sum of profit by month. So you see we have this profit column already available. Let me drag and drop it over here, and then we have this order date, but you see this order date is not properly identified as a date. So we need to first do the changes. So you can go to the table view, go to the orders, and you click on the order date, and from text you say date, you say yes, and it will change this automatically. See, now it got changed properly. Now okay, let me refresh the data, come to the report view, and as soon as I do this, see, now order date is coming as properly date. I can expand this to see the date hierarchy. We have year, quarter, month, day. I want to see by month wise, so I can select this or drag and drop this. Now as soon as I do this, you see now I am able to see the profit by month wise. And let me reduce the size of this Pitala Brothers sales dashboard a little bit. Yeah, so you see now we have the sum of profit by month. Now let's do formatting, right? So we want to see this like this only, right? So let's do this. Now I can go to format your visuals. So you need to first select this, and then this option will come, format your visuals. So here you can see all the things, x-axis, y-axis. So x-axis meaning x, this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis. So whatever changes you need to do in the x-axis, you can go and do it here. From y-axis you can do, let me show you. For example, if I go to x-axis, let's say I don't want to show this month because this Jan Feb already understood that this is month. So what I can do, I can turn off the title. As soon as I do this, see, month was gone. Similarly, sum of profit, I need to turn off the title, that is gone. Now in the x-axis, I go to values, and first of all let me change the color. Or what I can do, before changing the color also, first of all I need to change the background of it. So I go to general, there is something called as effects. Now from the effects, I am first going to change the background. So I'm going to change the color to this one, white 30% darker, and you see now background got changed. And now I'm going to reduce the increase the transparency. So let's increase it. You see, as soon as I'm increasing the transparency, it is matching to my background, right? Let me increase it even further. Okay, and yeah, this looks good to me, right? I can once again go to, sorry, not here, select this chart and go to general, effects, transparency. Let me increase to 76%, so that I can see this thing, right? Now what I need to do, see this, now these are not visible, January, February and this thing. So what you can do, you can go to this canvas, and then go to your x-axis, and then from here you can change the color to white, and now this is visible. Let's make it bold, and even let's make it 10. Same goes for y-axis. I'm going to make the y-axis values color to white, font to 10 and bold. And now you see this is properly coming. Another thing, you see, if I click here, you see the edges are very sharp, right? I need to make it a round corner edges. Also you see this sum of profit by month, this is not visible, so let's make that also visible. So once again I go here, and you see the grid lines are also coming. So first of all let me go to grid lines and turn it off. Now the grid lines are gone. Okay, apart from that, I once again go to this, and also let's put the data label on. When you click it on, you can see this data's label will be shown over here. You can go to this and values, and then change the color to white, bold. Okay, so that you can see it properly. Now what are other things I need to make the changes is this one for title. So for title, you can go to general and then go inside the title, you change the color to white and make it center align. So sum of profit by month is showing over here. Great. And yeah, also let's make the round corners. So I go to general, effects, visual border, you need to turn it on and then drop it over here, and then you need to increase the border corners. So if you're going to increase the pixel value, you see now it is becoming round edges, right? Let me click once again over here, go to general, effects, visual border, let's even increase it to 18 pixel or maybe 22 pixels, and you see now they are round edges, right? So this looks good, right? Now let me click here, once again go to general, sorry, not general. Now let's say I'm good with this. Now let's say one more thing I want to do. If you see over here, so my negative values in the month which I'm not performing well, I need to show it with a different color, let's say. So how I can do that? So once again I'm going to click on this, format your visuals, and here you will see columns. So when you click on the columns, You see color is set it as a blue. You can change it. If you click, you can change it to any color. Let's say if I click on this, see color got changed, but this is applied on each and every bar. I want to change the color positive and negative. So for that, you will have this option called as f of x. When you click on this, so here you can select the gradient. You can change the color by rule. You can change the color by field value. For example, if you choose the gradient, so you can choose any gradient, right, from lower value to higher value. Add a middle color also. If you see, let's say if I click on this, so you see this is how gradient is coming. Let me do command Z. I don't want all those gradients and all these things. I want to do the only positive and negative values. So I'm going to once again click on this fx, and I'm going to select a rule, custom rule. Now this rule, on which basis I want to change the color. So I want to change the color based upon the sum of profit, right? Because here, if you remember, we have taken the profit. So if profit is positive, color should be different. If profit is negative, color should be different. So once again, I will go here. I'm going to say rule from which field, with the help of sum of profit. And then here you see if greater than equal to 0% and less than 0 number, then this color. And I'm going to add a new rule. If greater than equal to 0 and less than equal to 0 number, so for less than 0, I need to make it, let's say, red color. So I will go more color, come to here, okay, choose this red color, say okay. And as soon as I do this, you see, okay, color is not red coming. Let me once again click here, but you can see positive, negative are getting changed. Only the color difference is there. Once again, I'm going to click on this f of x. You see, I have chosen this and this color. So let me choose the different color, maybe blue. I will say okay. So for this also color got changed to blue. Now from here, let's say if I change the color to maybe this and say okay, so for this it is coming properly, see, negative color. Now let me choose some different color for this. For here, you see, we need a greater than sign, right? Greater than 0, but we have less than only sign. So less than so here it is showing for less than 0. I can do from here, I can change it to number, right? See, percentage meaning you have the percentage greater than 0, but number is, when we have number greater than 0, and here and less than 0 number, so right, these are the less than number 0. Here you need to change it to percent. Okay. Okay, this is not showing the error. Let me change it to percent only. Here it should be number, and here it should be number. Okay, and let's say if I give this color, you see it is coming now. And let's say negative, I will just change the negative only to maybe red color or something else. I go here, I choose more color, red. This one is red. I'll say okay. See, this is showing red. Okay, now I'm going to reduce the size little bit and put it over here. All right, so my first card is available. You can see May, June, July and December, these are the months I'm making a negative profit. So maybe Pitala brothers can take action on these months, why this is happening, right? Now the second chart which we are going to make is this one, sum of quantity by category. So I need to see quantity by category, right? So and this is going to be a the pie chart. So for that you can select this pie chart or donut chart, basically not pie chart, and then we are going to put quantity and category. So we have this quantity, let me drag and drop it over here, and then we have category or subcategory, right? No, category only. So we have this called as category. Let me drag and drop it over here. So you see we have clothing, electronics and furniture. Now the thing is, you can see this things are coming. Now you don't have to do the formatting again and again. You can click on this chart and there is something called as format painter. Let me click on this, and then you can click on this particular chart. As soon as you do this, see, automatically most of the formatting is done. Now little formatting we have to do, category and for this. So what I can do, I can go to here and I can go to slices, color, this is fine. Detail labels, I can go here, and you see from here I'm going to see data value percent of total. When you click on this, or category percent of total, yes, so category percent of total, when I say, so I can understand furniture is this, electronics is this, and clothing is this, right? So this is how it is going to show the data, right? Now also if you go to values, you see color is white, which is fine, and display unit, it is in percent. I want to change it to 0, so let's make it percent to 0. So now it will show proper percentage wise, and let me make it bold and 10. Okay, bold was already there, just need to increase the font. Okay, and then we need to change this legends as well. So for that you can go to legends, and legend wise I need to change the color to white, and you see now it is visible properly. So now I can see for clothing this is this percent, for furniture 17%, for electronic 21%. Quantity is being sold. Now let's reduce the size a little bit, yeah, and put it anywhere over here. So our second chart is now ready. Now third chart we have, let's say now we are going to design this KPIs. So we need to see sum of amount, sum of quantity, sum of AOV and sum of profit. So these are called as KPIs. Let's design this KPIs. So for KPIs there is this particular card called something called as this card. You can click on the card, and first of all we have this sum of amount. So we have this column already available, sum of amount. So I can click on this, and you see sum of amount is directly coming. In order to format it, click on this, click on format painter and click on this, and that's it. See, formatting is done automatically. Now let's increase the size of the fonts. You go here, go to the callout value, and click on bold and increase the font. So I'm going to increase it to maybe 22, and sum of amount, category label, I'm going to change the color to white, make it bold. Yeah, this looks good. Now I can reduce the size little bit and put it over here. Now I'm going to control C, control V, I'm going to copy this same thing. Okay, let me remove this, and here just I need to put what, sum of quantity. So we have, I'm going to remove the amount, I'm going to select quantity, that's it. Then we have the sum of profit. So once again control C, control V, put it over here, and I'm going to remove the quantity, I'm going to put profit. See, and then finally we have this AOV, sum of AOV. Now AOV, we don't have this column, average order value. Now what is average order value? Average order value is nothing but you're basically going to do the calculation between the, let me go to your table view and show you. If I go to the details, table, so you see we have something called as uh, amount, and we have quantity, right? So for example, if you have, so what is AOV, average order value? So for example, if you are getting 10 orders and their average order value, meaning if you are solding one order for 10 rupees, second order for 20 rupees, third order for 30 rupees, so what you are going to do, you are going to take all your amount and you are going to divide it by the number of quantities you have sold, so that you can get the average order value. So you take all the amount and you divide the total number of amount to get the average, right? So that is called as average order amount. So let's calculate this average order amount column. So for that, you can come to this table and then say this, go to home, or home, and then say new column. I will give the name as AOV, and AOV is nothing but your amount divided by quantity, right? Quantity. Let me see if this formula is right or not. And by the way, these values are coming inside the dot value. I can convert it into a numeric value. So I click on this and go to table tool and column tools. From here, decimal number to whole number, I say yes. Okay, then I will come to report view. I'm going to control C, control V this, put it over here, and now you see we have this AOV available over here. So I'm going to remove the profit, I'm going to put the AOV, select the AOV. So you see I'm getting 121k. So this is right. See, you have amount divided by quantity, which is your AOV. So now this is fine. I have the average order value and their total I have 121k, right? This is not the average order value, this is sum of order average value. Okay, so it is 121k. Now I need to remove this 0.01k. So for that, I can click here, go here, go to call out value. Okay, and decimal places I need to make it 0. As I say, when I click on this, it becomes 0. So now I can see 121k, sum of average order value. Okay, cool. Next we have this, I need to see sum of profit by subcategory. So let's go here and do that. So what is this sum of profit by subcategory? So I can, what I can do, I can just go here, copy this, paste it, control C and control V. I can come over here and just change this only. Let's do this thing, dashboard. Let's put this over here, this thing over here, this over here, this over here. Okay, this over here, and yeah, maybe I can put this here, 4 items in line. I can reduce the size also little bit. See, all this formatting you can do however you want to keep your cards, it's totally up to you. Okay, fine, this looks good. Yep. Now, so I have copied this chart. Now here you see what we need to do, we need to put profit by subcategory. So I already selected this, I need to choose the profit, but here I'm not going to put month, I'm going to close this. I need to put subcategory, and you see as soon as I do this, this is visible properly, right? Now I want to change it from stack column chart to this horizontal, so you can choose on this one. Okay, this one actually, yeah. So you see, I can see my sum of profits by subcategory, but I don't want to show all the subcategories. See where I'm, these are my negative one and these are my positive one. So either you can show all of them, or if you want you can apply the filter also. So you see, you have the filter here, right? You click on this, you have basic filtering. You can go for all this kind of filtering. Maybe you can select which one you want to show. So maybe I want to show all the negative ones. So negative ones are, you see, lagging, skirt, kurti, electronic gaming and furnishing. So ladies item are going into the negative one. So let's say I will say, where is that, electronics games. Okay, let me untick this. Then we have leggings, skirt and kurti. So leggings, kurti, right, skirt, and from here I have the electronic games. All are in negative. So you can do this kind of filtering. Or if you want to show top n, so I can go to maybe top products. So you can go to top n, and top n by what, top, how many top, let's say top 5, and then by what value. So we have profit, so you need to put the profit, drag and drop profit and over here, and then say apply filter. So you see, now you are only able to see your top performing subcategories, which is printer, bookcase, sari and accessories. So you can apply those kind of filtering over here, right? By the way, if you want to see this, you can use your dex query, which we have learned in the previous, right? That is also possible. So whenever you are doing this filtering, what is happening behind the scene, it is creating a dex filter for us, right? Now let me remove all this filter for now. I don't want to apply any filter as of now, so I can remove this. See, there was a eraser button. When you click on this, all the filters are removed. For now I want to see all my subcategories, so I will keep it in this way only. Okay, let me reduce the size, and see, they can like scroll from top to bottom. Let's put it over here. Another thing is, like, we need to see this, so this sum of quantity by payment mode also. So for that, once again I'm going to control C, control V this chart and put it over here, and this is your quantity by payment mode. So click here, quantity is there, remove this. Payment mode is available inside here, so select this payment mode. As soon as you do this, see, now this is very easy, right? Once you build one chart, and since you are using this format printer, it is very easy to build this. So now you can able to see this sum of quantity by payment mode also, right? Now let me click on this, click on format printer, and let's format this also. See, I selected this and a little bit it is changed. I need to change the color, so I select this, I go to this, and let's say white color. Cool, now this looks good. And let's reduce the size a little bit of Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. Cool. And I can put this below, little below, here and here. If you are wondering why I have kept some space over here, don't worry, I'm going to show you. I'm going to put one filter over here, which is this quarter wise filter. So that's why I kept some space for this. Okay, fine. Now let's move to the next one. We have this sum of amount by state. Now let's say state wise also I want to see. So once again I'm going to control C, control V this, and this time I'm going to see the amount. So I have the amount, and not subcategory wise but state wise. So I'm going to choose this, and you see only Rajasthan is showing in a different color. I don't know why. It is in positive only, but still no problem. Okay, there are some other also. Andhra Pradesh is also 13k, which is fine. Cool, this looks fine. Now the reason why Rajasthan is 22k, because this is sum of amount, but Rajasthan is making, negative profit. That's why it is in a different color. So similar, these sales are coming from Rajasthan only, Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh, these two states. So maybe we can focus on these two states, why they are giving this negative number to us, why they are not making profit for us, right? So this is how you can see the sales. Maharashtra is on number 1 and Madhya Pradesh is on number 2. So this is another insight, you can get it out. Now let me reduce this size for this and keep it over here. I can move this over this side and this over here. Let me decrease the size for this. Okay, move this and move this over here. Okay, this is going little bit. I can reduce the size for this, then put it over here and this one over here. Okay, this looks good. And I have this sum of amount by state. Cool. Now what is remaining? We are only remain with this 1 2 3 4 things. Now we want to see customer wise. I want to identify the customer, top customers, right? So sum of amount by customer name. So again I'm going to put this here. Now let's say sum of amount, this one, sum of amount by customer name. Let's drag and drop that, sum of amount by customer name. So again I'm going to copy this and paste this here, and we can get the sum of amount by customer name. So amount I already have. I need to deselect the state and select the customer name, and voila, you see now we have Harivans, Madhav. These are our top customers. Madhav, Madan, all these are our top customers. See, right? Though the colors are different, don't assume that this is red, so that's why this is giving negative contribution. No, Haris is on top, Harivans is on top, Madhav is on second top. These are our top performing customers. If you go down, Ashwin, Dinesh, these are the customers who are not buying anything. It is in K, so that's why it is 0.0. But when I go to the table view and let me go to the details here, if you see the, okay, go to the order, you see the customer name, and if I go and filter by the name, which I see over here, let me cancel it, go here, the last name is Ashwin. So I go here, customer name, let me find it, Ashwin. You see we have this Ashwin. Let me only select the Ashwin and do this. You see this customer is coming from Goa. Okay, his order ID is this one, B25742, 25742, 25742, 25742, 25742. Okay, this one. Now let me only select this, and you see this Ashwin amount is 11. I am making a negative profit from this. He is only buying 2 quantity, but I'm not able to because it is buying the skirt and payment made by UPI, and I'm making a negative profit from him, right? So that's the problem, right? So this is how you can identify it. Now let me remove the filters. Okay, and from orders also. Let me remove the filter. Okay, and you see Harivansh is on top, so let's identify the Harivansh once again. I will search over here Harivansh. See, Harivansh is coming. His ID is 26055 26055 26055 26055. If I come over here 26055, search and select this customer, so you see 26055. So Harivansh is kind of customer, he is buying from us again and again, that's why the repeating entry is there. So you see we have amount 57 where we are making a profit of 7, then amount is 1250, we are making a profit of minus 12, then 671. So this particular customer is giving us a good profit, right? So that is why Harivansh is on top. Let me remove all the filters. So this was just idea to show you why the Harivansh is on top. Cool. I can come to now this view. Fine. So this is also done. Now we, okay, why this is not taking as bold, I can go here and go to general title. I need to make it a little bold, right? Yes. Now I click on format painter, I will click on this, so the title will become bold. Once again format painter, click on this, title become bold. Same for this, same for this, and same for this. Cool. Okay, here you see, but this becomes different. So again I need to go here and go to visual, go to legends, text, change the color to white. Okay, this looks good. Now next is we need to see this sum of amount by year and month. Okay, so this is a trend we want to identify. So let's do this and find the trend properly. So for that once again now I will select maybe blank, so I can select this blank line. Okay, let me do Control Z, select outside and then select the line chart, not over there. Okay, and what I want to see, amount and year versus month. So I will say amount, here I will say year and month, and you see now we have this. Now I'm going to click on this, click on format painter, click here, and as soon as I do this, see, I don't have to do much of my work. You see now I can see for January 2018 I have the total amount earned was 6899. So this is a revenue, right? You can call it monthly revenue, and this was the this they wanted to track, right? So that's why we have kept this monthly revenue as well. Cool. Let's increase the size little bit even more, right? And here you see we are getting this grid line. So let me click on this, you go to here and you go to grid lines. There is a vertical grid line, let me off it, and now this is coming properly fine. So we have this revenue by monthly basis as well, right? Now we are only left with this filter and this filter. So let's put this filter. You see we have this quarter and I want to put the filter. So in order to put the filter, you have something called a slicer. So let's click on this slicer and put it over here. Okay, now what slicer I want to see, quarter wise. So click on quarter. You see you have 4 quarter. I will go here, slicer setting. I don't want a vertical list, I want a tile. So I will click on this tile, and you see now my quarter is coming over here. Now what I will do, I will remove this first quarter header from here. So I go to general. Okay, header icon I will click off. Title is already off. I go to visual. Okay, from here selection slicer header I'm going to make it off. And first of all, let me click here format painter and click here so that it is gone. Now it is in a format. Now I want to again, let me click on this and go here. I will go to values. Let me first make the color to black color so that I can see this. Bold it, increase the font to 12. Padding I need to increase a little bit, 5 pixel or 6 pixel is fine. Border is fine. Color is also fine. Line width I can increase to 2. And then background I will change the color to this one. Alright, and you see now I can see this in this way only. See, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, 4. Now when you click on quarter 4, see the data got changed according to the quarter 4. So this slicer is going to apply all the filters to each and everything. Quarter 3 wise data they can see, quarter 2 wise, quarter 1 wise, right? And if you remove, it will show for each and everything. Let me do little bit even more formatting. I will go here, values, background. I want to make it little more white, and then padding is 6. If I increase the padding, okay, this is fine, 4 pixel. Values, border. Okay, color is little bit, let's take even more white, this one. Yeah, this looks good. So see, now we have this particular filter working. Now we are left with the last filter, which is a state filter. So I want to see the data state wise, right? So this is a demand from the, you can say from the, these Pitala brothers. They want to see the data state wise whenever they want to see the state wise performance. So we need to add that filter. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to once again take the slicer over here, and I'm going to take the state, and you see I can see all the state. Let me click here format painter and click on this, and as soon as I do this, you see this is coming as in this format. I don't want in this format. I can go here and say slicer setting. Instead of tile, I can say vertical list, and I can see all this over here. Or you can do command Z, and this is also you can give in this format also. It looks fine. See, earlier I have created in this way. You can give in this way also. See, for example, if I want to see the Delhi region, you click on Delhi. See, so Delhi wise everything is coming. You remove the filter, you go for Uttar Pradesh, everything will come as according to Uttar Pradesh only, right? Here you see for this thing, okay, let me click here, click on format painter. This legend is not coming properly. Now when you click on this, see, this legend will also start coming properly. So I have prepared each and everything for Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. Now you can arrange this visual however you want. Okay, I'm fine with this. Okay, now let's publish this, because we want to publish this to Pitala Brothers. So I will click on this publish button, and I will say save. Okay, now it is asking me Power BI desktop and Power BI service work together, it is saying, and sign in to enhance your collaboration. It is asking my email ID basically. So I will provide my email ID. I'll say continue. Now it is asking me for the sign in, okay, to the Microsoft. It is asking for a work email. Okay, let's wait. Okay, so I checked this publish thing. It requires actually a work email. So basically, what you have to do, first of all, you need to go to this particular website, and here you need to say try for free. Okay, and see, I am logged in, but you have to go to like use your work email address. Say this is my work email address. If you don't have the work email address, basically you can't publish it. Power BI and Microsoft has changed their terms. Earlier they were giving us free trial on with our Gmail ID also, but now they require work email ID to publish your work. Okay, but fine, I mean, if you go into your any organization, you are going to get this this thing like your work email address, and with the help of that you can obviously publish it. So that work email I have put it over here, and then once you click on the publish button, you need to save this, and then this is going to publish your entire report. See, it is asking for which workspace you need to publish, so it is showing my workspace. If you go over here after login, you will see there is something called as my workspace, and here we have workspace created, right? So it is saying my workspace. Let me select this, and now you see it is publishing. So this report is already published. Let me replace this. Okay, so it is publishing to Power BI, right? And you see it has published this PBIX format. Started.pbix is my file name. I will say got it. And now if you go over here, you go to my space, and you see you have this data model, semantic model, as well as the started your report. This I have given the name as started, so you have both the things. Let me go to this visualization, and here as you can see it is showing Pitala Brothers sales dashboard. If you click on Q1, it is filtering. So you see this report is now available to Pitala Brothers, right? Now they can just simply create their account and just visit this page. Okay, now let me do one thing. I will simply copy this, and I am going to open with another email address, or maybe let me show you. I can go to Microsoft Edge, and I am going to paste this link. Okay, and you see here, yes, I am logged in with this, but this is my different email ID, right? And I can see this. So once you have created your email address, you can see this particular thing. Now let's suppose if you want to export this, you can do that. You can click on export, and you can export it as a PowerPoint or a PDF, right? You can share this also with Pitala Brothers. Now in order to share this report with Pitala Brothers, you need to upgrade to paid Power BI license. And when you are going to do this, by the way, you can also do this. You can also try free trial for 60 days by choosing try free. You agree to this. Okay, so I will say try free. I'm going to use this paid service for 60 days. So I will click on this try free, and you see all paid features of Power BI are yours for 60 days. You will revert back to the features of your current license on this date. So I got all the Power BI Pro license for 60 days. Okay, I will say got it. Okay, and now you see when you go over here, you see license type is free account, but I got the 60 days free trial. So now I can click on this share, and people in your organization, I am going to just enter the Pitala Brothers email address, because they are also working in my same organization. And once I'm going to do this, obviously they can see this report dashboard, they can interact with it, right? And whenever it is required, they can go and check the sales per month basis and whatnot. Now there is one more feature we call it as a refresh. So let's suppose next month will come, then your data will refresh, right, inside your database. So at that time they want to see the refresh data. Pitala Brothers want to see the new data and not the old data. Accordingly, I mean, according to the new data, this entire thing should be refreshed. So for that, what we need to do, we need to connect our Power BI with that data source, and we need to schedule a refresh, right? We need to schedule a refresh. All right, now in order to schedule the refresh, what we need to do, we need to go to this particular website, and this table I have created, like where schedule refresh will work. If you have the free license, it's not going to work. So that we have already seen, like we have got the 60-day free trial, and it is going to work for the premium user only. Now once we have done that, I can go to this website which looks like this. Now this is what, see why we have to go to this website, and we need to download the on-premise data source, the standard mode, because our data is residing in our local computer. Let's suppose if this data is available on OneDrive, you don't have to do this setup. By default the refresh will happen from the Power BI side. But since our data is in local, we need to download the standard mode. It's a exe file which will gonna look like this, gateway install.exe. I have already downloaded this file. Okay, now once you are going to download this file, and let me go and show you here. Inside the file explorer, you will see this, right, exe file. Now when you run it, it is going to ask you, let me run it once again. I have already installed it in my system, but when you are going to install it, it is going to ask you for your work email. You need to provide that, and you need to do some more little bit setting, and then just next, and you will be able to download this gateway properly. Okay, now see, it is loading over here. See, this is saying this is already installed for my system, so I'm going to close this. But you have to do this particular step on a very first priority. Now once you have done this, after that what you need to do, you go to your where you have published your dashboard. Now here we need to go to this particular setting, and then we need to go into manage connection and gateways. Okay, when you come over here, you need to come on this one, on premise data gateway. Now when you come over here, you see it is showing my gateway 1. Now from where it is showing my gateway 1, actually this is showing my gateway 1 because when you install this particular exe file which we are talking about, over there you are going to do this particular setting. All right, so this setting will come from that, and initially this won't show you, but once you are going to install that properly, the gateway will show it over here. Okay, now you can click on this gateway, and then maybe go to settings, and here you can provide the name of the gateway and change it, give the description, and you need to make sure all these 3 ticks should be available, because this is going to do the refresh on your data source. If you going to give the permission, then only then you need to save this and close it. Now once you do this particular thing, then you come to your workspace. Okay, and even before going to workspace, you can come to connection, and you need to make these connections. Okay, you need to first make these connections. Now how you are going to make these connections, so let me show you. You go to your my gateway. Okay, and right now this is enabled. If you are going to disable it, your refresh won't work. Okay, let me enable this and say refresh. So see, it is saying online, and you can go to settings. Okay, here it is not showing. So initially you will see only these 2 connections. You will not be able to see these 2 connections. Now let me go to settings of my connection. Now you see over here I have created a connection name. Now when this will ask, so basically when you are going on-premise data gateway, and then when you go to this your your MySpace, and when you go your data this semantic model, you click on this 3 dot, and here you will have a settings. You go to this settings, and then here you will see gateway and cloud connection. When you click on this, you see here it will show my gateway 1, and from here only you see it is showing my file path, local file path. So it is available inside this particular folder, my file order.csv and another file details.csv. So those connections you have to make it here. It's a simple step. I have already recorded it, so done it, so I'm not able to do it, show you it again and again. But it's simple. You can click on this settings, and from here it will show these things. Okay, now let's go back to that here. So it will show your my gateway 1. Then you can go to this data source credentials also, where you need to make sure this details.csv and order.csv should show. Now once it is showing, and you need to map your connection also. So I have created a my connection 1, my connection 2. You can create your add a gateway, so another connection, and we have already created this my gateway 1 by downloading that exe file, remember. And now once you have done this setting, now if you go to your refresh, this will show you. And right now I have created the refresh frequency of daily. You can schedule on a daily basis or weekly basis, and I have given the time at 9 a.m. So at 9 a.m. this schedule is going to work, and you will be able to see the new data on a daily basis, right? Because in real world scenario you see the data on a daily basis, right? So this is how you add a schedule. Now I'm going to add a little bit, like how a video of how I have created this my connection, so you can see and see how this refresh is worked. So this thing, and that's it. All right, so now we have scheduled this everything. So let me come to this workspace once again, my workspace. Let's go to the report, and this is our report. Now we have scheduled everything. Our dashboard is ready. You can simply share this dashboard by providing a Pitala Brothers email ID, and you are done. But still there is one more thing remaining. Now they can see the dashboard and they can take a decision, but they also want a report on this dashboard. Your Power BI, you can say project is not done yet. You need to create the report. Now what is this report? So report is going to consist all your methodologies, whatever decision you have taken, and what kind of findings you have seen in this dashboard. You want to convey this to your CXOs, right? Basically CEOs, CTOs, and all those board members. So how you can do that? For that, let me show you. I have already prepared this. See, final stakeholder report. Let me open this, and this is how you are going to create your report. This is very, very important. Any Power BI project is going to consist this report. So see, I have written final sales performance report for Pitala Brothers. This is executive summary. This report represents a comprehensive analysis of Pitala Brothers sales performance using an interactive Power BI dashboard and whatnot. See, whatever they have asked for, we have created it. Then we have overall business performance. So we have tracked all these 4 KPIs. This is our observation, and this is insight. Indicators: healthy overall revenue generation, strong demand across product categories, profitable overall but margins vary significantly, high value order contribute significantly to revenue. So see, this is our insight. We have added this insight. Okay, this is a data analyst and senior data analyst, or you can say team of data analysts insight, so that Pitala Brothers also can see like what insights you have given to them. Accordingly they can take some action. Then they have this, like I have written key insights, you can read it about it. Then we have category level performance. These are whatever you have created in terms of your basically charts, so that thing you have to write it inside your report. Now business implication, it's saying focus inventory planning and promotion around clothing, improve margin in electronics and furniture to balance profit mix, because in clothing we are getting high contribution 63%, electronics and furniture is 21% and 17% only. So in clothing we need to fulfill in order to fulfill the demand, we need to plan the inventory accordingly. This is our business insight. Similarly, you can go through this entire beautifully crafted you can say report, and at the end you will have the conclusion also, right? So this is how a entire, you can say Power BI project we do. We create, we gather the requirement, we understand the business, we create the problem, then we create the solution with the help of Power BI dashboard, we publish it, we refresh it, and then we also create the final stakeholder report. And this is not the final report. Sometimes what will happen, after 1 month, 2 months, some more KPI will be added, some KPI will be removed, some other things will be added into the dashboard. So this is a iterative process, and it's a ongoing process. Cool. I hope you have learned so many things with the help of this project. In the next chapter, or you can say in the next video, I will be coming up with the next, kind of another Power BI project, where we are going to connect our Power BI to, maybe MySQL or PostgreSQL. So we will directly connect our Power BI with the SQL databases, and there also we will build another project. So see you in the next one.